Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Hope you're well. I know leo ninakaa different but karibu sana kwa hii show. Welcome to this great conversation that we are about to have. I hope this finds you well. Where are you tuning in from? Nijuze tu hapo kwa comment section. Where is this finding you? Watu wa USA karibuni, watu wa London vipi, watu wa UK kwa jumla karibuni sana, watu wote ambao wananitazama, wase ambao wako India karibuni, wase ambao wako Malaysia, wase wote ambao wananitazama wakiwa maeneo mbali mbali na Kenya, karibuni sana. Those watching me from far from home, karibuni. This is your show. Welcome very much. It's now time that we normally have that discussion, all right? And today it's a hot one. Today is a heated one. We are talking about what the lawyers have decided to do. They are saying they are looking at some of the violations that the president has had or has made, and after they look at that, probably they are considering to file a motion to Parliament, of course, seeking his impeachment, because one of the reasons that you can be impeached is, of course, gross misconduct, of course, and also gross violation of our constitution. Now, that's one of the reasons that they are looking at some of the ways, or rather, some of the how that William Ruto has or probably has broken the law, and now they are seeking to impeach him. What do you make of it? What do you make of it? That's what we'll be discussing. Lakini zaidi ya yote, karibu sana kwa hii show. Nijuze tu unantazama ukiwa wapi. Karibu tu sana. Welcome to this great conversation we are about to have. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is your show. This is your host, Jakes, the moderator, and we are about to have one good one. One good one. Do you think it's time we send William Ruto home? I'm telling you, it's becoming hot. Hii mwaka wa 2024 ni kama watu waliamua we don't want any more jokes. It's as though people decided, you know what? It's time. It's time that we stop all the jokes. We have seen Raila Odinga meeting with Jimmy Wanjigi. We have seen lawyers calling for protest. Actually, tomorrow, kesho maandamano ndio hiyo. Maandamano ya kesho, I don't know how it will be, lakini ndio hiyo imeitishwa na lawyers. Now, above all, they are now saying they are looking at the constitution so as to see ways in which the president has grossly violated the constitution so as to warrant his impeachment. Wadau, I'm telling you, 2024, watu hawataki jokes. The president began this conversation by saying, oh, you know, our courts are corrupt. Oh, you know, there is something bad with our courts. So what we do, we need to work, or we really need to do something about our courts. That's what he said. Kumbe, as much as he said that, imeleta mhemko a whole 2 weeks now, where people have been discussing this issue of courts and, of course, what it means to call judges corrupt, to call court processes and court officials to be corrupt. So that's what we'll be looking at in this show. But welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is part 2 of part 1 that we had yesterday. Sorry, we had some funny challenges, Jana, but finally we have been able to resolve them. And I hope you are able now to join in live. Karibu sana kwa hii show, kwa sababu hii show mmekuja kupenda, show ambao mmekuja kungojea. Inapotimu hii masaa, you normally find yourself tuned in and enjoy such programmings. Welcome. Let me know where this is finding you. Of course, before I play any clip, I already have friends joining me and panelists as well. But even before I bring them on board, allow me to do this. Allow me to give you what is informing this particular show.
Of Kenya that has today established a legal team to review possible violations of the Constitution by President William Ruto in the wake of his sustained attacks against the judiciary and decisions of the law courts. LSK President Eric Theuri says the Law Society will mobilize support from all quarters, including religious leaders and the civil society, to force the president to respect the rule of law or face impeachment for gross violation of the Constitution. And as Chimtai Goin reports, President William Ruto, who was on a tour of Nyandarua County, sustained his attacks on law courts, saying judicial decisions to scuttle his agenda.
Ahead of Friday's planned nationwide protest by lawyers, the Law Society of Kenya, LSK, has moved to establish whether President Ruto's attacks on decisions of law courts amounted to violation of the Constitution.
The Constitution allows us to approach the High Court when there is a threat to violation of the Constitution to consider whether the current scenario raises enough threats of violation of the Constitution for us to move to court and seek a declaration that the President has violated the Constitution. As you are all aware, one of the reasons or one of the grounds for impeachment is violation of the Constitution.
Theuri, who is eyeing the LSK representative to the Judicial Service Commission post in the upcoming elections, told the president that judicial authority was no longer under the direction of any persons.
The rule of man died with the old Constitution, and that 14 years down the line we will not allow a rollback to those days when a president was autocratic and carried himself as if he is above the law.
The LSK statement came even as President Ruto continues to accuse courts of law of frustrating his development agenda.
Nimeambia pia kotini, hakuna vile tunaweza kusimamisha mpango kama hii ya housing. Mpango ambayo iko kwenye katiba, mpango ambayo iko kwenye manifesto, mpango ambayo imepitishiwa sheria. Itasimama namna gani ati kwa sababu mtu mmoja ameenda kotini? Kwa ile sites tuko nayo, vijana zaidi ya 1120 tayari wanafanya kazi, wakiwemo vijana 500 wa hapa Olkalao. Alafu mtu anasema nisimamishe hiyo mradi ati kwa sababu ya mambo yake ya kibinafsi. Hawa vijana 1120 nitapeleka wapi?
We want to advise the president to dissuade him of this notion that he could be above the law, or that whatever he wishes or whatever he wants should then guide what decisions the judiciary should give, or what any other institution. He may get it in parliament, but he is not going to get it in the judiciary for as long as we are watching.
Without offering proof, the president once again claimed that recent court decisions were influenced by corruption and bribery.
Maendeleo ya Kenya imecheleweshwa siku mingi na watu wachache ambao wanafaidika na yale mambo yanaendelea saa hizi. Kuna watu hawajawahi kulala njaa siku moja. Kuna mtu ako na kazi, bibi yake ako na kazi, watoto wake wako na kazi. Alafu kwa sababu
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is what we'll be discussing tonight. What do you think? The lawyers now are moving to court to establish if the president has grossly violated the Constitution, and if he's found culpable of violating any part of the Constitution, he stands the ultimate penalty of being impeached. I'm telling you, we were just here talking the other day, but kumbe, there are so many ways of killing a rat. That's what someone said some years back. And it's now interesting that the lawyers who maybe were being intimidated, were being threatened, now are coming out swinging, saying, you know what, we are going to look at the Constitution. What could be one of the things you have violated? And what you have violated, that will be the reason we take to the courts. And if the courts find merit in our submissions, I'm telling you, that is how someone can lose a seat. Well, all right. With me, I have Alex Media with me, together with Mr. G, and many of us still joining. Asante sana. Kujiunga nasi si ngumu. There is a link ambayo inakuja hapo kwa comment section. Wewe unaona vipi? Is it time we impeach the president? That's what LSK are seeking to do. tomorrow wameitisha maandamano, will you participate? Of course, they'll say they'll be donning in purple ribbons and all. So what do you make of their threats? Is it something that will shake this country? Are these people ready? Are they serious to impeach the president? According to sources, any reason that they find and the courts uphold, that alone is enough to impeach the president, because this is what the constitution says: gross misconduct is a reason to be impeached, violation of the constitution is a reason to be impeached. I don't know about you, but I'm telling you, it's becoming messy and muddy as we go on. It's as though kuna jamaa wataki mchezo the president amejitwika juu, gataki jokes, and it's as though as well these other guys hata wao hawataki jokes. All right. Well, what do you make of it? But I hope you will enjoy this show. So zaidi ya yote, like hii video, subscribe to Africa24. Let us have another hot debate, just like we normally do here at Africa24. Consider subscribing, consider making this part of your many channels that you follow every other day. So ikikupendeza, weka like, ikikupendeza weka like. Asante, asante sana. All right. Okay. Now, VP Mr. Alex, how are you?
Niko poa. And nakwambia Ruto will not survive for the next 5 years. He has made grave mistakes. And then what I saw in Kiambu, what I saw in Mount Kenya, it shows that Ruto is going home. These are people who have money and they have decided to fight Ruto.
All right.
And
okay.
Ruto, he doesn't really care. You know, Ruto is not a very smart guy. He doesn't know how to play the politics of Kenya. Ameweka huko Chirichiri, ameweka Sudi, ameweka Murkomen. Watu wanamdanganya. Lakini watu wengine kama Nyoro, Ichungwa ni watu tu ameweka tu viti wamdanganya. But I'm telling you, what I saw the rally in Kiambu confirmed to me that Ruto is going home. Yeah.
All right. I'm equally joined by Mr. G. Mr. G, what do you make of the call by these lawyers to say that, you know what, I think it's time that we consider to relook at the laws of our country, and if there is any violation that the president has done, he risks being impeached. What do you make of such a sentiment from the lawyers, even as threats come from the president? Now then, they're equally issuing another form of threat, an impeachment threat. Who do you think will blink first?
Thank you, Mr. J. Greetings to my friend Alex. It's a long time sijamuona. I'm happy to see him. Namsalimia sana. Okay, my take, I will agree with Alex 100% on what he has said. But now the question is, are we really ready? Because he's talking, the guy is talking about impeachment. Is it? Yeah, they're talking about impeachment. But now, the guy amenunua the whole parliament. Just few people from ODM and some wiper ndo wamebaki. How shall we impeach this guy? You know, that's the question now. Tutamimpeach vipi because amenunua watu wote kwa parliament.
No, Mr. G, let me tell you something. All these people have come back. If you looked at the rally in Kiambu, it was one of the most best rally that we have had after the elections. If you look, Kioni the way he spoke, if you look Martha Karua the way he spoke, if you look all these people how they spoke yesterday, if you look how Kenyans were mad at Ruto yesterday in Kiambu, where he survive? There is no way he's going to survive. This time around, unajua watu walikuwa wanatusumbua, si watu wa pwani, si wa Kisii, si Wajaluo, ni Wakikuyu. Lakini uliona vile Wakikuyu wanaenda kwa hiyo meeting, vile Wakikuyu wanaenda hiyo meeting.
Niliwaona.
They have decided they are going to join Kenyans.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying that I agree with you 100%. Shida ni kuwa under parliament kwa sababu issue inaanzia kwa impeachment and impeachment inaanzia kwa parliament. Now that is where my worries is kwa sababu in parliament almost yote amenunua. You see? So that is where the worries is, but outside parliament wananchi wa chini wote wamekataa mtu, kila mtu wamemkataa, kila kona wamemkataa.
Ukiangalia parliament saa hii uliona vitu zilifanyika Kisii.
Yeah.
Uliona vitu zilifanyika Kisii mpaka bunduki zikapigwa.
Yeah, niliona ya Osoro.
Yeah, kwa sababu Wakisii wamekataa. Unajua kitu, sikuwa wanajua Wakisii wanaweza kataa vitu kama hii ujinga yote, lakini Wakisii wamekataa.
Now, kidogo to Alex, I'll be coming to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Alex with us today. Bear with him. But he's strong. We really encourage him to be strong for this show. He has had some funny challenge with his health, but we are praying for him to be strong. He's doing so well, as you can see, and we are grateful. All right. I don't know if you can hear me now. Yeah, so I'm saying
Sauti.
All right. So we have.
You're speaking so softly.
All right. Just one moment. I'm about to give you more updates on several things. But what do you make? Wewe mahali umeketi, do you see a possibility of impeaching the president? Is it that simple? Process ya kumtoa rais, is it that simple? Of course, I'll be telling you what the law says about an impeachment of a president. What is the process that needs to happen for a president to be impeached? Nini ninafaa ifanyike ili president atolewe kupitia an impeachment? Now, of course, impeachment is so different of a president, so different compared to that of a governor. A governor, the impeachment happens at the Senate. For a president, the impeachment happens in parliament. That's a big difference. Number two, the impeachment of a president has several stages, including a committee that can listen to that petition. Of course, they will be equally voting, just like it happens in parliament. And when we have a majority who vote in the favor of his impeachment, I tell you, that's how a president can be impeached. I'll be reading the constitution and equally reflecting it to you. But what do you make of this threat by the Law Society of Kenya, saying that, you know what, they'll be looking at the law, they'll be looking at the constitution.
For the first time, yes. Yes, for the first time, government has agreed with LSK that this guy is wrong. He cannot become the president of Kenya. For the first time. Unajua Koome ni kama alikuwa bibi ya Ruto. Lakini for the first time, he has agreed that
what did you just say?
Ruto must go. you know, the judiciary now is having a war
Mhm.
with the executive.
Mhm.
Sijui kama umeona hiyo kitu.
Yeah, we have been looking at that for quite some time now.
And then ukiangalia vizuri
Mhm.
vita zinaendelea kutoka Kakamega, Trans Nzoia,
Mhm.
Mombasa,
Mhm.
Nairobi, zote
Mhm.
zina target Ruto.
Mhm.
Ruto is not going to survive. I'm telling you
Mhm.
for a fact.
Mhm. Mhm. All right. Bwana G, will Ruto survive? Mr. G? Mr. G, are you
No,
there?
Ruto, yeah, I'm there. Ruto cannot survive. You know, the worries that I have is only on parliament, but with all other guys, the whole country haitaki huyu mtu, the whole country haimtaki. My worry is only on the MPs. MPs ndo wananipatia joto something inaitwanga jile joto wote kwa moto kwa mwili na nipatia joto wote something, nimesahau Kiswahili pia, but there's a clip nimekutumia. Just look at the body language ya huyu mtu, just look at the body language ya Ruto. There's a clip nimekutumia, kama unaweza play, alafu angalia the body language. Jamaa pia anajua kwa mambo haendi sawa na yeye, yani ameshaona kabisa things are not working. Ukimwangalia utaona ni mtu ambaye ameshindwa afanye nini. Ni kama ako kwa total darkness. Yeah.
All right, I'll be looking at that clip just now. But ladies and gentlemen, do you know the process of removing a president? The LSK has said that they'll be moving to court. Now, I don't know what the courts can do because the court cannot push parliament to do, the court cannot dictate parliament, just like the parliament cannot dictate the courts. I don't know if there is any preserve in the law that says that, you know what, you can go to court and have a president impeached. I'm yet to find that in the law. Maybe it's there. I'm not sure. I don't want to behave as though I'm an expert of the
Let me
law.
tell you.
Yes.
Jax, let me tell you.
Mm-hmm.
If there is anybody that will be removed as a president in Kenya, it's William Samoei Ruto, because he has done everything that is supposed to be removed. Ukiangalia Raila, the meeting that they had yesterday, did you see the meeting they had yesterday? That meeting was one of the best meetings. That was one of the best meetings that we have ever had as an opposition.
Sorry?
I know Kikuyu kidogo. If you saw what Martha Karua spoke, if you saw what Raila spoke, and all that, Ruto should be scared. Because these people are not joking around.
Bus station downtown. You take the C line or the D line.
These people are not joking
Sorry,
around.
we can't hear you, Alex.
No, I'm saying these people are not joking around this time around. They yesterday the meeting that was in Kiambu, Nyahururu, and in Central, you could understand that the people were mad. You know, before it used to be Nyanza, it used to be in Kakamega, it used to be in Kisii, but now it is the people who are most affected and mad are from Central. And these are people who have money. These are people who have money. Ruto is not going to survive. I'm telling you. by 20. If the maandamano for Monday happens successfully, as Raila said, this guy is going home. I'm not lying to you. Yeah. Because the maandamano for Monday, you know, previously it used to be Luos, Kisses, and people from where? And people from Western. But this time, the people from Central are involved. And you can imagine how it's going to be. It's going to be big. It's going to be big. These people cannot beat up the maandamano inakuja. And then you know the problem is this. People from Bomet, people from Kericho, people from Nandi are equally mad at these people. Previously, they used to support him, but this time they are not supporting him. Yes.
All right. Now, if you're just joining us and you're asking what in the world are we discussing, listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. This is what is informing our discussion.
Society of Kenya that has today established a legal team to review possible violations of the Constitution by President William Ruto in the wake of his sustained attacks against the judiciary and decisions of the law courts. LSK President Eric Theuri says the Law Society will mobilize support from all quarters, including religious leaders and the civil society, to force the president to respect the rule of law or face impeachment for gross violation of the Constitution. And as Chemtai Goen reports, President William Ruto, who was on a tour of Nyandarua County, sustained his attacks on law courts, saying judicial decisions to scuttle his agenda.
Ahead of Friday's planned nationwide protest by lawyers, the Law Society of Kenya, LSK, has moved to establish whether President Ruto's attacks on decisions of law courts amounted to violation of the Constitution.
The Constitution allows us to approach the High Court when there is a threat to violation of the Constitution to consider whether the current scenario raises enough threats of violation of the Constitution for us to move to court and seek a declaration that the President has violated the Constitution. As you are all aware, one of the reasons or one of the grounds for impeachment is violation of the Constitution.
Theuri, who is eyeing the LSK representative to the Judicial Service Commission post in the upcoming elections, told the president that judicial authority was no longer under the direction of any persons.
The rule of man died with the old Constitution, and that 14 years down the line we will not allow a rollback to those days when a president was autocratic and carried himself as if he is above the law.
The LSK statement came even as President Ruto continues to accuse courts of law of frustrating his development agenda.
Nimeambia pia kotini, hakuna vile tunaweza kusimamisha mpango kama hii ya housing. Mpango ambayo iko kwenye katiba, mpango ambayo iko kwenye manifesto, mpango ambayo imepitishiwa sheria. Itasimama namna gani ati kwa sababu mtu mmoja ameenda kotini? Kwa ile sites tuko nayo, vijana zaidi ya 1120 tayari wanafanya kazi, wakiwemo vijana 500 wa hapa Olkalao. Alafu mtu anasema nisimamishe hiyo mradi ati kwa sababu ya mambo yake ya kibinafsi. Hawa vijana 1120 nitapeleka wapi?
We want to advise the president to dissuade him of this notion that he could be above the law or that whatever he wishes or whatever he wants should then guide what decisions the judiciary should give, or what any other institution. He may get it in parliament, but he is not going to get it in the judiciary for as long as we are watching.
Without offering proof, the president once again claimed that recent court decisions were influenced by corruption and bribery.
Maendeleo ya Kenya imecheleweshwa siku mingi na watu wachache ambao wanafaidika na yale mambo yanaendelea saa hizi. Kuna watu hawajawahi kulala njaa siku moja. Kuna mtu ako na kazi, bibi yake ako na kazi, watoto wake wako na kazi. Alafu kwa sababu ako na pesa, anaenda kununua wakili, anaenda kuhongana kotini, ati vijana hawa wasipate kazi, waendelee kuwa watumwa wao. Na mimi nimekataa hiyo maneno.
LSK has planned peaceful protest Friday in defense of the rule of law, with lawyers required to don purple ribbons and converge the Supreme Court before marching to the office of the President, Parliament buildings, and conclude at the Supreme Court of Kenya.
Advocates will come out, will affirm their oath and their readiness to defend the Constitution and the rule of law.
President Ruto, who is still on a development tour of central Kenya, maintains corruption is rife in the judiciary, which he has vowed to fight on. Chemutai Goin, Citizen TV.
Jex, you are muted. Hatukusikii. Hatukusikii, Jex.
Sorry for that. Sorry for that. When you look at what the LSK are saying, that you know what the president might or has violated the constitution in a way or another. What do you think? Do you see this like a rebuttal to his call to have people who are going to court investigated and all? Is it a rebuttal?
Okay. Let me tell you just one thing. You cannot fight the LSK. There is no way you can fight the LSK. LSK is a supreme institution. Okay. The other thing that Ruto has done is sahi wamekosana na Koome. Because Koome amekuja kugundua huyu jamaa ni mkabila, ni mkabila na ni mjinga. Okay, the third thing is his own economic advisor, who is David Ndii, is contrary to him. His own finance minister is contrary to him. Yeah. So this government is very confused. The people that are advising him, according to what I saw, there is a Sudi, there's Murkomen, there's Chirchir. At least I can trust Chirchir because Chirchir was educated. At least I can trust Murkomen because he's a lawyer. But how can you trust Sudi? A semi-permanent illiterate person, semi-permanent. There is no way he can get out of there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'll be coming to you just now, Bwana Alex. Ladies and gentlemen, we are discussing this, what the LSK is asking for, an impeachment of a president. It's not just a walk in the park. This is not something that happens every other day in Kenya. I think the Moi people tried, but they never succeeded. No other president has endured such humiliation, if I may use that word carefully.
Hold on. Let me tell you one thing. Just hold on. Let me tell you one thing. Moi could not even handle Raila. He had to give him a position in his government as an energy giver. And it will be what? Do you know how Biwott was powerful? And then Uhuru Kenyatta akajaribu kupigana na Raila akashindwa. The meeting that yesterday happened, I'm telling you, it is the matter of all things. And then hii maandamano wamepanga Monday. Ruto atalia.
All right.
Ruto thinks that it's a joke. Kenyans are mad. The same way you are mad. Wacha nikuulize Jex. Kwani wewe uko na pesa? Jex, uko na pesa? Hakuna Mkenya ako na pesa. Even the day that Ruto had that was December. The media nini alisema, when he finished, he said Kenyans do not have money in their pockets. When people don't have money in their pockets, they don't care, even if they die. I'm telling you, people are going to come out kwa hii maandamano, even if they die, they don't care.
All right. Yeah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us listen in to what it means to impeach a president.
A petition to collect 10 million signatures by next week to remove President William Ruto from power, quoting Article 1, Clause 1 and 2 of the Constitution. However, the Constitution says the president can only be ousted by way of Parliament, and only by two grounds: by impeachment and incapacity.
Well, in the case of impeachment, a legislator supported by at least a third of all MPs moves a motion for impeachment on three grounds. They include gross violation of a provision of the Constitution or any other law, serious reasons for believing that the president has committed a crime under national or international law, or for gross misconduct.
Now, if the motion is supported by at least two-thirds of all the members of the National Assembly, the Speaker will relay the information to his Senate counterpart within 2 days.
And within 7 days of getting the National Assembly's resolution, the Senate Speaker will convene a meeting of the Senate to hear the charges against the president.
Now, the Senate, by resolution, appoints a special committee comprising 11 senators to investigate the matter. The special committee is tasked to investigate and report to the Senate within 10 days on whether it finds the allegations against the president to have been substantiated. The president has the right to appear and be represented before the special committee during its investigations for them to determine one of two things.
And in the case that the special committee finds that the particulars of any allegations have not been substantiated, no further proceedings are to be taken under Article 145 in respect of that allegation. And if the special committee finds that the particulars of any of the allegations lodged before the president have been substantiated, the Senate will allow the president to be heard.
Now, after this, the House will vote on the impeachment charges. According to the article, if at least two-thirds of all the members of the Senate vote to uphold any impeachment charge, the president shall cease to hold office.
All right, so let's quickly take you through the other case in which the president can be removed, and that is incapacity. According to Article 144 of the Constitution, this will be on the grounds of either mental or physical incapacity, hindering the head of state from performing their duties. Well, this process goes through Parliament, the Chief Justice, and a tribunal that prepares a report to determine if the president is capable or not. Now, the MPs would then vote on the report if it deems the president incapable. And if a majority of all the members vote in favor of ratifying the report, the president shall cease to hold office.
All right. Now, that one means a lot. That one means a lot. Mr. G, when you look at the process itself of impeaching a president, can you even think about it? Because Parliament is so divided, Senate is equally the same. Can you even can that ratio be raised?
Yeah, we can raise the issue. We can raise it, and it's a concern kwa sababu at the moment tunaona ni kama the guy, he's a confused man. Sasa sasa unaona hata akiongea he's talking akiwa na hasira sana. Kila mahali ambapo anaongea he's just talking na hasira. That's why I shared that video ambayo nilikuwa nataka uplay but bado ya play. Ukiongea ukimsikiza vile anaongea, he's talking with a lot of pain. Yeah, the guy is talking with a lot of pain. Na wakijaribu kumcompare on the same situation na venye Uhuru hapa anaongea, tunapata Uhuru was talking with some confidence na akiwa amerelax, akiwa ana rejoice, yani akiwa na raha akiongea na watu, but this guy anaongea akiwa na hasira fulani, yani amekasirika because his things are not working. There's something that I wanted to introduce in on the same issue of impeachment, kwa sababu tunapata the guy is more of ana believe in lies than any other thing. Amesimama akatuambia economy iko sawa, na tukiangalia economy inaendelea kuwa mbaya kila siku, every time and then inaendelea kuwa mbaya. Juzi akiwa anaongea kwa baba ile kaunti yake ya red, alisema kuwa kwa sahi deni, yani out of 10 shillings 7 shillings inaenda kwa deni, 3 shillings inabaki. Sasa tukijaribu kuangalia hii 3 shillings itatusaidia wapi? Tunapata tunaharibiwa, yani 3 shillings haitusaidii mahali popote, in fact tunaendelea kuangamia. Na tukisikiza vile nani kwa anaongea, tukisikiza vile Wanjigi kwa anaongea, Wanjigi is a man that is good in economy, is a man who is good in business. He can project and see how things work in business sama ni economy. Ametuambia kuwa we are failing, na in fact it happen in the next 2 ama 3 months Kenya itakuwa inaangamia kabisa. So the best thing kufanya nini ni to talk about revolution. Today we are talking about impeachment. I'm still having that worry kwa sababu ya that division in parliament, because amenunua watu wengi kwa parliament, and parliament ndio kitu ambacho kingetusaidia on this issue of impeachment. So maybe we can talk about revolution.
Now, when you think about it, Bwanaji, we have impeached him. Who becomes president? It goes without saying it's the deputy president. Is he the lesser demon?
In fact, ikifika kwa huyo deputy president itakuwa sasa tumeingia kwa shimo kubwa sasa hata na kuliko hii. That's why I'm talking about revolution, Mr. Jakes. That's why I'm talking about revolution. Kwa sababu impeachment akitolewa alafu Gachagua achukue, sasa ndio tutakuwa tumekufa. Unakumbuka akiwa watu kule, akiwa watu wake kwanza, in fact his community wakati alikuwa dio. This will be worse kwa sababu he's the enemy of almost every person. So there's a run you can't think vibaya sana. So when we think about impeachment, the country is right for it. We are right for it. But now the problem is that the parliament is tusaidia. The parliament is
all right. All right. Ninapata wengi ambao wanatuma ujumbe zao. Naona Lucy Nderito anasema Ruto is a dictator wannabe who is testing the waters. If he is not stopped right now, he's going to be worse than Moi. That is maoni ya Lucy Nderito. Nilikuwa nimeona maoni mengi huko juu, maoni kibao. Acha nirudi juu kiasi, nakwambia ujumbe ni kibao zinakuja teke. Naona jamaa anajiita Ken Sebe anasema atoke. Simple and short, atoke. All right. Bygones Festus anasema you lack sawa. Maoni ya Festus Viego. Sio sisi tumesema impeachment, we are just playing what happens today. This show normally is informed by matukio ya kila siku. All right. Namuona Boss Lady anasema aje, Martha Koome ndio walimweka kwa State House. God is confusing them na bado. All right. Fred Omondi anasema ni muhimu angolewe mapema, tafadhali mnipe hiyo kiti. Bwana Fred anataka kupewa hicho kiti. Richman anasema thanks for this. All right. Thank you so much as well. Namuona Richman anasema wow. Okay. Boss Lady pia amesema aje ya kwamba Ruto na serikali yake wanajiangamiza wenyewe. What do you think? What do you make of the sentiments by LSK that, you know what, it's time. It's time we impeach the president. Well, how easy that is, I don't know. How possible that is, I don't know. What you're seeing on your screen is one of the requirements. You need MPs to support that motion, at least 2/3. Sorry, at least a third. At least a third to move that motion. Well, all right. Interesting conversation. I don't know how, but hii inakaa kuwa ngumu. There are things we can say it's possible, but I think this one seems difficult. I don't know. But I'm joined equally by Captain. I'm with Alex Media. I'm equally with Bwana Mr. G. Mr. Alex, how are you? Sorry, Mr. Captain, habari ya leo?
Mzuri sana, habari ya leo?
Niko fine, thank you. Natumai uko mzima.
Uko salama? Naona unaingia show unapoteza, unaleta show unapotea. What's happening?
So Jex, wacha nikwambie kitu kimoja.
Yeah.
Kama Alex anaongea.
Kitu Ruto amefanya mbaya. Ruto angesurvive, lakini amewakosea Wakalenjin. Hata captain atakwambia Wakalenjin wamekasirika na huyo jamaa. Ruto angefanya, unajua Moi hakukosea Wakalenjin hata siku moja. Moi hakukosea Wakalenjin hata siku moja, lakini Ruto na hao watu wake Chirchir, Murkomen, Sudi, I don't think hata captain anawapenda. Very stupid people. Captain, tuambie vile Wakalenjin wanaumia saa hii.
I don't know.
Captain, talk to me. What do you make of LSK call to impeach the president, Bwana Captain?
Before we come even to LSK, you remember the other day when Cherargei was talking of increasing the term limit to be seven years. Wakale walikuja online wakasema nini Eldoret? Hata tunataka ikuwe 3 years. Sio 7 years. These people, we are not happy the way we are being taken. We are just being cheated to wanapeana ma appointments kwa watu wao na ordinary mwananchi hakuna pesa kwa mfuko. Unaona? LSK, in fact they are too late. This thing is too late. One of my relatives was calling me the other day to remove the profile photo. You know, Jakes, you have my number. Even Alex, they see the profile photo on my WhatsApp. That they do not even to see that person on my profile WhatsApp when they are calling me. You see? Sometimes even I create some humor when I put as a background on when we are online like this. Only to test the waters, the deep how deep water it is in a well. People are not happy. Now, after Moi, we've been taken that Kalenjins are not good leaders. I can say we have the best. Only that now William is coming in the public with a lot of anchor. Sijui asira ako naye ni nini, mimi nashangaa sana. Nashangaa sana, sijui ule anataka kufanya nini, yule anataka kufanya nini. Hakuna mtu atafanya kitu. You are the president, you are the head of state. But follow the law and do what is correct to the people. There are some of my people who are there, they are listening on some of us. I know they are not happy, and even they are wondering why I'm talking like this. We are talking facts because where we are taken, we don't know. We don't know. Even if Jakes today you can stand in for presidency tomorrow, I tell you, you'll beat William Ruto with a lot of votes. That is what I can say.
Are you serious?
Impeachment is a must. It's only that you don't have anything. You don't have a chopper to fly around the country. You see, Didmas Barasa, just yesterday he bought another chopper. I don't know if you are aware of that. These people, they are there to make themselves rich. But ordinary mwananchi, ambapo ni sisi tunaumia. Like there are some other things, even Jakes, we need even to discuss. We say that we need jobs for our people. They go to Saudi Arabia. They go to where they want to take our people to go and work there. What are they doing? Because even you, Alex, and most of the people who are outside the country, they know the rate at which our people are being mistreated in where I am. Let me not quote it. But the president is not coming in to stop the deportation of our people, to stop the arrestment of our people. They are being arrested, tortured in police camps, and later on they are deported back home. And they came here to look for work. Which kind of leadership is that? Because even we have tried even using all kinds of platforms to complain, even Kenya News, whatever, and they are just mumming. I don't know. It's like when it comes to our people being deported, they are sick. Their mouths are very sick. Even they can bite their tongues. But when it comes to taking them outside the country, then now they are very loud.
But I'm asking you, what are the Kalenjins saying about Ruto right now? Because
I've said that, Alex. I've said we want this thing. We want this man even out. Don't come. You are building houses and the people are angry. You see how many
cattle rustling is going on, and then the tea is going down, and then KCC is going down. There is nothing he has built in Eldoret. There's nothing he has built in Kericho. There's nothing he has built in Bomet. Uliona ile hata ile siku Chirichiri alienda Bomet, watu walipakataa.
You know, Alex. We are not pleasing anyone here. We are saying facts. We are saying facts. Our people are not happy the way the government is being run. Our people are not happy the way the economy is going. When LSK, they told you,
Cheregai the other day said, and it was true, Kua Murkmen took 100 million bribe. 100 million.
Murkomen now, I think, is there to make himself rich, because I'm told also he's another chopamaniac person. He's having now 4. A very young guy like that, a very mtoto. The way Raila was telling someone, when mtoto mdogo sana, unakuwa na chopa 4, hiyo pesa zinatoka wapi? Hizo pesa zinatoka wapi? It is so disheartening, or it's so hurting when you see some people in comment section, I don't want to mention by their names, supporting what's happening, because the person who is the minister in that docket is from my own tribe. I think you must be mad. You must be mad by yourself. You're supporting that one, you are mad.
All right. Now, Bonaji, let me ask you this.
You can answer that.
Bonaji, let me ask you this question. When you look at the process of impeaching a president, at one point, we will need the speaker to, if, for example, the motion goes through, the speaker will now take it to Senate, and the Senate will equally form a committee, then, of course, eventually vote. Wetangula, the man who campaigned with Ruto, do you think he has the ability of doing so? As much as I even don't know if it will fika hiyo level ya kupata the numbers required to impeach a president. It is not as easy as many would want to think it is.
But Jex, did you ever imagine that Kome atakuja kukosana na huyu mtu? Did you ever think that Kome atakuja akatae mambo ya huyu mtu kweli? For me, I don't imagine. I have never.
Were they friends, for starters? Let's begin from there. Were they friends? Because this is a person.
They were friends. By the time he was calling our petition hot air.
But you see, Martha Koome is a product of Uhuru Kenyatta, and maybe by the time she was coming, the top on the table was the story of BBI, and maybe alipowekwa hapo walidhani this is the person who will help them, all right, only for her to squash 2 bills before her, or rather 2 petitions before her, the BBI petition and, of course, the election malpractice petition.
Jex, let me confirm to you one thing. Ruto and Koome sleeps together.
Really?
Yes. And then when he realized that the judiciary is going wrong because of their relationship, he decided to start reforming the judiciary. And Ruto was not happy with that. And that's why, because the first thing Ruto did, remember, when he was inaugurated, he gave the judiciary 800 million. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that, Jakes?
Yeah, I do.
So, but the LSK told Anaito Nani, Koome, if you are going to continue this way, including David Ndi, this country is not going to be okay. So Koome has started cooperating with Kenyans. Yeah, so, and that's why even yesterday meeting, Raila mentioned Koome. Yeah, and we are not, Koome has decided he's not going to work with Ruto anymore. Yeah, and I'm telling you, Ruto is not going to survive in the next 2 years. He's not going to survive, no matter what.
All right. Now,
Because hata watu wao wamemkataa. Watu wao wamemkataa. If you look at their leaders, like Cheregai, when Cheregai starting anaanza maneno ya Murkomen, si ati ni Cheregai, si ati ni Murkomen, ni Ruto. He's criticizing Ruto because Ruto is not doing the right thing.
Okay. All right. Just one moment. I think. All right. Now, let me. Captain, I think ulikuwa unajaribu kulog in twice, that's why imehang kidogo. But Mr. G, I had asked you a question. What do you think?
Okay, my thinking kuwa, okay, as much as parliament imekuwa bias na imelalia upande huyu mtu, what I was trying to say ni kuwa they can still change. You see, kwa sababu every time the guy stand up and make mistakes, every time anasimama and make mistakes, so even the parliament can decide. No, akasema no, we cannot work with this guy. Now impeachment the through. You know, that's why I gave you the example of Koome. Nikikuuliza kuwa who imagine that Koome pia anaweza fanya kazi against Ruto. No one imagine. Right. So as much as we are thinking of impeachment and the parliament, exactly, parliament can also decide and say wacha tusimame na wananchi wa chini. Look at somebody like nani, huyu mnakuwa governor wa, was it Kitui ama wapi? There's a guy ambaye alikuwa mtu wa Azimio, but on the last moment akajam ship akaenda kwa UDA. Na the same governor alikuwa anataka kusimama kama senator. That guy anaitwa sije somebody Kibwana ama nini, nimesahau hiyo jina yake kidogo. This guy, yeah, I think he's a professor ama a lawyer also. The guy sahi anasema Ruto ana mess. Ruto is going on a wrong way. Alafu unapata kuna watu wanasupport. That's why I agree with the captain akisema kuwa I think maybe you are abnormal to support this guy. Because ukweli ni kuwa the guy is leading this country to kwa shimo. He's not giving us what we expected. In fact, he lied and tumeshagundua ni muongo ambaye hata hajielewi. Sasa hiyo hasira yote kwa sababu ya uongo. Ameshindwa atadanganya nini? Sasa that's why hasira zimejaa. Lakini on the issue of impeachment, I'm sure the parliament can decide and say no. This guy ametufikisha mahali pabaya. Because I listened to Wanjigi juzi. Akiwa anatuambia kwa in the next 3 months the country itakuwa mahali pabaya sana. Just imagine wewe umeka pesa yako kwa bank alafu unakatwa 30% ya pesa yako bila kujua. Umeka 10,000 unapata huko na 7,000. Hapo ndo bale ambapo tunaelekea. Ukisikiza what Wanjigi was saying, because he was comparing our economy and how Ghana is. Ghana tayari watu wanakatwa pesa. In fact, wanakata 35,000, 35%, not 35,000. Wanakata 35% by the government. Na the government ilikuwa inawadanganya ikwambia kwa we are doing this na haitawa affect. Somebody akuja kukata 35% without knowing. Hiyo kitu itakwenda ku affect kweli. And that's where we are heading. Kama tuweze toa mtu.
Now, Lawi Koril, asante sana kwa kujiunga nasi. I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, Rally Koril is not a familiar, a strange face. He's a familiar sight to see. He has been trending on TikTok, and he's a guy who has made news headlines not once, but too many times. Now, Lawi Barrialeo, hope you're well. And before I even bring in you, let me ask you this. Do you support impeachment of President William Ruto? Is it even an idea that can be performed by you?
Mina support kabisa, hata kama mapinduzi inaweza tokea tena ipinduliwe, mina support kabisa. Huyu mtu si mtu mzuri kabisa. Nimesema tangu zamani. Na nilisema kabla hata hajapewa hii kiti, nikasema Uhuru alipima yeye na akachua yeye si kiongozi, ni muindaji, ni mwizi. Wakati wa Uhuru alitumia wakati kupora kila mahali. Kenya mahali tunaelekea saa hii, ama shida ambayo ilitokea yeye alisababisha. Alitumia wakati wa ile raundi ya kwanza, kama kabla Uhuru hajaelewa, yeye akapora nchi. Alikuwa anatumia ile CS ama ministers wake kupora. Kupora. Na yeye si mtu mwenye anajali maisha ya mtu mwenye unaona anaongea hadharani, anasema niko na kisu, na kisu si ya kukata mboga, na anasema hivyo, na amewahi kuwa suspect kwa uaji. Sasa hiyo ni ujasiri aina gani bwana? Hiyo mtu kama shetani anaishi ndani yake.
Ai wadau, kwani mnamtukiaje huyu jamaa? Huyu rais mnamtukiaje bana we? Lakini yes bwana Captain.
Because Lawi hails from my place. Lawi, swali langu kwamba nataka kuuliza, umesema sio mtu mzuri, lakini unajua sisi hatukuwa tunataka mtu mzuri, sisi tunataka kiongozi. Ukuwe mbaya lakini unajua kuongoza, it's our business that you lead our people. Wewe endelea kuwa mbaya lakini ongoza watu wetu kwa njia ile inafaa. Unaona? Kuna watu viongozi wale tunajua ni viongozi, lakini unakuja kila mara unatukasirikia, unasimama juu ya hiyo mijengo zinaendelea unakasirika. Hiyo sione kama ni wewe fanyia kazi wananchi bila hasira. Kila mara hasira. That is not being a leader. Kibaki ulikuwa unasikia Kibaki
unajua amezoea kulazimisha. Yeye amezoea kulazimisha. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo niliona tangu wakati alikuwa MP. Ni mtu wa kulazimisha. Ile mtu mwenye anapiga kifua anasema tunaonana na wewe.
Ndio hiyo sasa. That's why hiyo kusema sio mtu mzuri, hatuna haja na uzuri yake. He's not a leader anyway. Leadership yake ni kutumia kifua. That's what I can say.
All right, now let me ask bwana Lawi, kwa ground kwa sababu najua uko kwa ground, ilienda aje ya kwamba wewe ukiwa kwa ground, I'm sure you meet former or current UDA supporters, maoni yao ni yapi? I'm sure uko maeneo ambayo UDA walijituma, walijichocha kabisa, na kwanza tueleze uko county gani? Sasa msimamo wao uko vipi?
Wengi wao hawataki tu kusema. Wengi wao wananiunga, ananiambia uliangalia mbele. Wengi wao saa hii anaona kama mimi ni nabii. Tunaongeanga na hawa, saa zingine hata wanani support, kunipea bundles. Saa zingine hao wenye wa UDA anani support, saa ile mimi naenda Harambee. Sasa kumaanisha hao watu sasa amegundua kumbe huyu mtu si mtu ambaye hawana matumaini sasa kwake vile alikuwa na matumaini wakati alipea.
Alright, nakuja kwako tu saizi, ninaona nina mgeni na ni rafiki wa mbali, lakini karibu sana Bwana Guru. Natumai tutakuwa na show nzuri na wewe tu saizi, na najua pia utanisaidia kung'amua masuala kadha kadha ya kisiasa na pia ya kisheria, kwa sababu leo kuna kizungu mkuti. Watu wanadai kwamba wanaweza mbatua ama kumng'atua rais mamlakani kupitia impeachment. All right, so hiyo ndio tunazingatia. Now before nije kwako Bwana Guru, acha nije kwako Bwana Nyagaka. Nyagaka, this is your president we are talking about. What do you make of what the Law Society of Kenya is saying, that they want to look at the constitution, they want to look at the laws and find what in the law has William Ruto violated the president, and that alone, if he is found culpable, is ground for impeachment, given that gross violation of the constitution is grounds for impeachment. What do you make of such thinking by Law Society of Kenya?
That's what you call cheap thinking. Kama ya huyo ananikiita sijui Lara sijui nani, huyo amesungumusa ati wacha nani Ruto au impeach. Hiyo tunasema bring it on. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. You're wasting your time instead of concentrating on ideas of what you will tell the Kenyans in 2027, instead of bringing ideas of how to reconstitute the IBC. They're wasting their time at the Watamfuta and Mutumbaya. Who said that you will find love in Ruto? You need to go find love somewhere else. Ati ni mtu mzuri ni mtu mbaya. Vile nilikuwa tunaambiana na kapteni siku ingine, yeye anaumiza kila Mkenya. Akiwa Mkalenjin, akiwa Mkisii kama mimi, akiwa Mkosi, akiwa anybody. They know the life is hard because the other guy said that huyu alikuwa anafanya Central Bank. Alisema that Kenyatta was propping up the dollar using the Kenyan shillings. Was getting loans that were from commercial banks that were very expensive. Now Jimmy Wanjigi the other day anasema tusilipe. Do you know the effects of the economy when you default on your loan? Kwa hivyo ngoja niseme ya kwamba wengi wetu tulisupport Ruto when he started. We'll support him in 2032. Hiyo tu. Ila kama huyo anasema ati Ruto ni mtu mbaya nini, go for it. We bring it on. Why you just come here to talk on JXTV on everywhere? We see you on the radio on the back of the cars talking about impeachment. Huyu ni mtu mbaya. You're wasting your time.
Thank you, bring it on. Anaitwa Bwana Penya, bring it on. Alright. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, Jax, I have a question.
Mute your mic, Bwana Nyagaka.
Jax, I have a question.
Just one moment before the question, Bwana Nani. All right. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my question is to Mr. Nyagaka. Yeah, my question is to Mr. Nyagaka. He's saying that maybe ati nani anaitwaje anasema Wanjigi amesema tusilipe deni. Now my question is, Mr. Nyagaka, the issue ambao nani anaongelea ambao Wanjigi anaongelea kuhusu the deni, anasema we need to do a forensic investigation to our debits. Tukipata ikiwa dubious, wakati tunapata ikiwa dubious tukatae kuilipa. That is what nani is advocating for. Mr. Wanjigi is advocating for. You cannot pay something that haujawiwi. There's a lot of noise.
Nyagaka, kindly mute your television. Inaleta kelele mbovu sana. Mute your television, baki tu na simu ama laptop, but mute the TV. Go ahead, Mr. G.
Yeah, Mr. Wanjigi is talking about dubious debit. He's saying the government should do forensic investigation on this issue of debits. Na wakipata hii kitu ni dubious, hii debit ambayo tunalipa ni dubious, hatufai kulipa. Why should we pay for a dubious debit?
He's calling them odious debts.
Exactly.
The word is
exactly.
odious.
Exactly.
All right. Just one moment. I'll be coming to you, and I'm sure Penyagaka is equally well armed with the response. Mr. Nguru, how are you? I hope you can hear me quite loud and clear.
Diplomatic tour of the Middle East.
Yes.
Karibu sana. We have never met on a show, but I have been seeing you around.
Yes.
Now, LSK has issued a stern response to the president, saying, you know what, I think it's time we consider if the president has broken any law. If he has, we take him to court. Why? That alone is ground for impeachment. From where you sit, is this something that can even go far?
You know, politics. Kwanza wacha nisalimie Penny kwa sababu what we told him before the elections is coming to pass in our eyes, and for the second time. I know he is very in my age or older or just slightly, I don't know, but I see we are not very much divided by age. So we are living the Moi era for the second time. And anybody who does not see it has chosen to close his eyes. Let me put it this way on the matter of impeachment. Political engineering is not always about winning. It is sometimes about the opportunity to express yourself. And if this matter is accepted in Parliament or in Senate, the MPs, many MPs, will have their voices heard loud and clear in Kenya and across the world what they think about their president. So whether he wins the vote that is not been impeached, the voices that will come from that those houses, the Senate and the Parliament, will be enough to set a pace and the tone locally and internationally. That's what I can say about this. Although I know for certain that he cannot be beaten. Nobody has ever been in Parliament because there is a lot of money that changes hands in our parliaments. However, even if it's about 10 MPs or 20 who will express the feeling of the public on the ground, it will be an opportunity for the local and international investors, a time for the public here and abroad to know what situation is obtaining in Kenya. Because all those issues that you hear being discussed in the public domain about violating the constitution, about ineptitude, about corruption, and all those matters will now be adjudicated within the framework of Parliament and the Senate, which will make it a stronger point rather than the kind of pronouncements that are made during the burial ceremonies. That's what I can say about the attempt, and it is a good one.
Now,
Yes.
there's a story, the proverbial story of the mouse, the cat, and the bell, where the mouse wanted to hang a bell around the neck of the cat so that each time the cat comes over, or rather comes to prey on them, they will be able to hear the bell and run. Now, they all agreed, they praised that idea, calling it noble. But the big question dawned, who among the mice will hang the bell? Now, the question is, do we even have MPs who have the tenacity of bringing such a motion in Parliament?
Yes, I think if you have followed the leader of the minority, I don't think it is beyond him to do that with the support of his party. And I have said it's not so much about winning the vote. It's about giving opportunity to MPs to express themselves on what they think is going wrong in the country within the framework of the Parliament and the Senate, so that it is taken seriously here and abroad. Yes. So that it can start setting pace of politics in Kenya. Yes.
Now, I'll be coming back to you in just a minute, but let me come to Mr. G. Mr. Guru is saying that this, if it happens, even though maybe it might or might not sail through, but at least it will raise awareness globally. And the reputation that William Ruto has worked so hard to build, maybe it might be taint kiasi. What do you make of that submission by Mr. Guru?
I agree with Mr. Guru, Mr. Ajax. What Guru has said, exactly that is what will happen. Because I said, when we started, I said that I still have some worries with our parliament, kwa sababu pesa imetembea pale sana na wengi wamenunuliwa. So when they bring in the issue of impeachment, inaweza kosa kupita, but tutakuwa na few ambao wata raise questions na watasimama na ukweli, watasimama na wananchi wa Kenya. But another thing ni kuwa still wakiraise that question, inaweza fika wakati pia the other MPs wakasema no, let us stand with the truth. Na wakisimama na ukweli, impeachment ita sail through. Ni wale tu wakora ambao wana believe in pesa ndio wanaweza tu kutuangusha, lakini wakiketu wakasema no, sasa tunaamua kufuata ukweli, impeachment inaweza kufanyika vizuri sana. So I agree with the sentiment ambao Nguru amesema.
Let me what I want to say, Jake, what I'm trying to ask is there was something that was to be passed in Parliament long before, and I remember him saying, nataka kumuona huyo anaenda bunge kupinga. Nani huyo?
Finance bill. It was
finance
the finance
bill. Very good. Finance bill. That is now, it was a finance bill, not touching on him directly. But this one now, we are talking of him as the president. How will it go? As somebody has talked about the speaker, Wetangula, who is supposed to conduct the other speaker on the other side of Senate, how will it go?
Mr. Guru, how would it play out?
You know, this is not about whether the speaker accepts or not. You know, there are procedures in Parliament.
I'll give you time, Nyagaka, just a moment. Allow Guru to finish.
If you raise certain numbers, you automatically get your motion accepted in Parliament or even in Senate. So that is where the issue is. It can only be arrested at a point where enough numbers are not raised. Otherwise, if the numbers are raised, it finds its space in Parliament.
All right. Mr. Nyagaka, you had a response?
Yeah, let me start. Wao wameniuliza maswali, meniacha mpaka nimesahau, lakini Mr. G,
swali ilikuwa kuhusu deni ambalo Jimmy Wanjigi anaongelea. Why is he saying that Kenya should not pay odious debts, and equally that impeachment question? Pole, I thought utakumbuka, but those were the questions.
Sasa ngoja nikuambia kwamba hiyo swali ya madeni, Jimmy Wanjigi anajua nani alichukua hiyo madeni. Are they bogus? Are they not payable? Yes. But in international economics, kama ulipi. Vile wale watu walikuwa advance hiyo madeni walichua utalipa. Na sasa we have a new government. If Jimmy Wanjigi is challenging that we should not pay Kenyatta's bills, then Kibaki could have refused to pay Moi's bills, and Moi could have refused to pay Kenyatta's bills. And you can find a way out of it. Lakini the good law, spectacular law is ya kwamba lazima ulipe alafu uendelee kubolo ile unataka. So Jimmy Wanjigi knows he's a billionaire. Wacha nimalize. He knows which one. It is not Ruto's bill that Wanjigi is attacking. He's attacking Kenyatta's madeni. So Mr. Mburu, vile nilikwambia, wacha nimalize.
Nyagaka. Stop lying.
Nyagaka, one moment, please. Mute your
Stop lying
TV.
to people. Stop lying to people. Let me tell you one thing. You are my uncle. You have a hatred for Raila. You have a hatred for Raila. And stop hatred for Raila. Let's love all our leaders. Hata Ruto mimi simchukii. Ni vitu wanafanya ambayo sipendi. Guru, tunachukia Ruto kweli ama ni vitu wanafanya ambayo hatusipendi?
Utamchukia nini?
Nyagaka, stop what you are doing.
All right.
You are older than all of us. Nyagaka, you are all of us. Stop hatred. Let's stop hatred of politics. Let's talk about our people.
All right. Now,
and
Mr.
the question
Guru.
is, before Mr. Guru comes in, Jex, Nyagaka should understand what we are talking about. We are saying Wanjigi ame request for forensic audit of that debit. Ikipatikana odious tusilipe. That is what Wanjigi is talking about. Sasa Nyagaka should understand what we are talking about. Sisi hatuongei kwa asilipe madeni. Madeni kama walikopa walipe. But he's talking about we investigate these debits, tukipata kweli ni odious tusilipe. And that is exactly what we need to do.
Kaka ako kweli ama amepotea hata ni kama hata asikii.
Kato. Je, wacha nikwambie nilikuja kwa hiyo show, kwa hiyo ya nani huyu Mburu. Mburu niliwaambia before 2022 elections, niliwaambia huyu Ruto atashinda na ameshinda. Sasa mnataka kwenda huko kwa parliament kuimpeach. Mbona hamkumshinda kwa ballot Mburu, alafu sasa mnaenda kwa parliament kumjukumu? Na
tulimshinda akatuibia.
Ni sawa hata tuseme kama alishinda na hakuiba. Na kaka, hiyo kitu iko kwa sheria, iko kwa katiba. Si ati watu wanaenda impeach for nothing. Is there in the constitution?
No, I was answering Mburu directly.
Let me answer you. Let me answer you, my uncle.
I think Alex has disappeared.
I think Alex is out. Alex is out, I think.
Waje niwaambia kwamba Mburu, kama Mungu tushinda, give us the 5 years the constitution gives. Alafu mushinde. And I just told you, instead of right now focusing on IBC, of how you can challenge this gentleman according to the constitution you just wrote in 2018. Na kama Alex anasikia, mimi I don't hate Ruto. I mean Raila. And I'm not talking about Raila today. I was answering maneno ya hiyo forensic nini madeni. Niyo nilikuwa nasema Jimmy Wanchigi is senior enough, he's a billionaire. He knows who put what. He's the one who supported Ruto and Kenyatta. So hiyo madeni ambayo anataka use code word forensic sijui nini, ni just that. He knows who took the loans. Na hiyo hatuwezi, we cannot stop from paying those loans. We'll pay the loans even if they were whatever, alafu we can be given leeway of asking loans anywhere. Na huyu vijana yangu Alex nijua ameleta kutoka wapi ati aheti Ruto Raila. Raila is not a god. Kama huyu nani Ruto anakuja Aramashaba. Do I hate him? No. Na if I ever meet him, I will call him Aramashaba. You know, the way a lot of ODM Masimio people take Raila as if he's a semi-god, I don't. I was there when his father was forming Ford Kenya. It's true, I'm older. I was there. After my uncle was he was assistant to Ogingo Dinga. He was using my car to do all this. So I don't hate Raila. He didn't go to Bondo and relax. That's Alex of America. How many presidents has he seen? So, yangu ni kusema tu, Jakes, let us be very clear to the point. The government is given 5 days according to the Constitution of 2010. Alafu mukishinda mshinde. You are now focusing on following this gentleman anywhere he goes. Well, do it. I mean, Kapteni, they have a right. They can go to parliament. You did Lusema, and the parliament will impeach. You have a right. It is written in the Constitution. But bring it on, my friends. Thank you, James.
All right. Nyagaka says bring it on. Okay. Nyagaka, kindly mute your TV. In a letter, a very bad echo. Welcome so much.
To ask us to bring it on. We will bring it.
Just one moment. Oh, sorry, I was welcoming Kenya Mandamano, but she seems to have fallen. Mr. Guru, I want to come to you with this question. At what point do we feel that our parliament is held hostage? Because even when we have needs as Kenyans, even when Kenyans, maybe many, if they asked, they would ask for that impeachment. But our parliament seems to be held hostage. What can Kenyans do, really, in the event that we would want it to happen, but our parliament has been held hostage?
You know, first of all, let me disabuse Nyagaka that the elections of August 2022 still remain very contentious, and therefore nobody can talk about winning in real sense. There are very many uncertain things, and they are actually, it's now very clear that something terrible happened in those in the handling of those elections. But we as Kenyans, majority of us have just said, okay, let's see what can be done. But unfortunately, what is we've experienced is a nightmare in the last 1.5 years, because nothing seems to be working at all. Not the projects that were left on the ground have stagnated. And there are no new grounds that are being opened. We are just being told about paying debts, which is okay. Paying debts is part of government duties. But you see, the problem of the country is stemming from unresolved political issues, and I will explain how. One, because of the kind of situation we have in the country today, the confidence of quite a number of what we call capital holders is very low on this government. Therefore, if you trace what is happening to the treasury bills and bonds, the current information is that most of those whose bonds and bills are maturing, they are getting their money and demanding their interest and exiting. And they are locals and trying to look for elsewhere to invest their money. Because you see, this government was formed on the basis of fighting those who have money. And the kind of policies that are coming into this government or are being implemented do not entice this class of people to, and they are locals, and they hold sway in our politics and in our business. So, because of that undermining of a crucial class in our country, you are seeing what is happening to our currencies. So, because of that, the government has now resorted to heavy taxation to try to cover the gap that is being left. But unfortunately, the person bearing that burden is the common man, the mama mboga. That heavy burden of trying to fill in those holes that are being left by those so-called, he called them dynasties. So it's a wrong-running tussle that we don't know where it will end, because the first people who should have confidence in the country are the local investors and the general population, so that you can also attract foreign capital. Yes, that's how it works. So if over half of the Kenyans are having negative vibes that are being generated across the world, how do you expect people to enthusiastically bring their investment here? It can't work. And you know, also something else is that when a foreign investor comes here, the most likely thing is he's going to ask those who already have invested here. Majority of them are locals, and what they'll tell them is what they'll think is the truth, because they have experienced this market. So this is not a very easy issue that we can gloss over and think that we are headed the right way by chest thumping by a class of politicians, because that is taking matters from a very narrow perspective. And it is now very clear why Uhuru had to go and assuage, even if by handshake, Raila, which I don't agree what people say that Raila joined the government. No, it's whatever could have happened between the two gentlemen had nothing to do with the people coming to government to administer the government. But if he was asking for advice here and there, that one is open to anybody. Even Ruto today can call anybody for advice out there who is not essentially working with the government, but it is up to him to agree to adopt that advice or not. So what we are saying here is a serious matter. That first of all, the political environment is not good, because there is over half of the country that feels that things were not done right, and they have not rested. They may seem calm, but the negative vibes, and also the fact that there is a section of Kenyans who hold capital, who feel that they were not fairly treated and they are negatively targeted. This will be our downfall as a country. We have walked that path before. We had the late Daniel Toroitich arap Moi. He came. He actually brought policies that crippled down financial institutions owned by indigenous people and many other industries that went down. and it took many years to bring back the economy to its level. So when we talk here, Kina Penn, he's been in this economy. He knows we have traveled this road before, and that's where we are. Unfortunately, right now, not unless the local capital is feeling satisfied with the market and it can generate positive vibes out there, we are not moving anywhere. We are not going anywhere.
Now, I wanted to have Madam Mandaman next, but I think she's having challenges. She keeps on dropping. But on that question of those who we may perceive the haves versus the have-nots, with the current happenings, are we attracting more investors? Are we attracting anything that would resuscitate our economy?
Where we would have had a company that has opened doors and employed people. I've not had it myself. If anything, we have hand of Croatia. Right now, Smith Crime has left the market. Delalu is leaving the market. And you see, these are services that we need. We need medicine to be produced here. We need production of currency and other things here. Even those exams can be done here under certain arrangements on security. But we end up spending so much out there in terms of foreign forex, trying to do what we can get here. Why?
Okay. Alex, you're back. But before I come to you, Mr. Captain, the impeachment motion will be informed by so many things. Do you see other people joining this call by LSK to impeach the president? Because Raila Odinga, the other side, talked of Mandamano. We saw it attracting so many people. What of impeachment? Do you see a likelihood that some people might join in and say, yeah, we agree with LSK, and they can even fund LSK and help move this motion? And what we see as though it's impossible, you never know, can turn out to be possible. What do you make of it?
Mr. G told you the other time that this president has bought almost all the MPs. And they need, they need a two-dart first to reach the speaker. Then the speaker will form the Senate. And I think then proceedings will continue from there, which I think it cannot work. The only impeachment or the only what we can do with LSK, the people of Kenya, we do mandaman all over the country, the way they did in Sudan, and they removed the president. If you remember that those days, that's what I can only say. Yeah.
Okay. Alex, what other options does Mwananchi have if Parliament cannot help?
Let me tell you, Mr. Jakes, the subsidies when they were removed and all the things that the school fees that was added, Mwananchi is mad with Ruto. We don't need anything that what my friend has said. Ruto can be removed anytime. Ruto has no capacity right now to become the president. What I saw in Kiambu, Guru, did you ever know that what Kiambu could do could have been done? Yesterday, what we saw, it was an indictment to Ruto. and he needs to listen to that. You know, the people who supported him most were the Kikuyus. But right now, did you listen what Kioni said in Kikuyu? Guru. Tell me what Guru said in Kikuyu.
Is this?
Guru, tell me what Kioni said in Kikuyu.
When he has said so many things.
I think he's referring to an old clip.
And
but
the Kikuyu for the first time, hao ndio wanataka maandamano. Unajua before it was the Kisis and the Luos who wanted maandamano. Like, but right now, it's the Kikuyu who want maandamano. Guru, do you know that?
True. That's true. That's true.
Now, Guru, what is happening in the mountain? Because Alex, I'll be coming to you. Just pause from a minute. Let's ask this question to Mr. Guru. What could be happening to the mountain? Because at the mountain is where either many say it's where.
Let me finish my point.
Okay.
Guru, nyinyi watu wenu walikuwa nasema nyinyi ndio watu wa biashara. Saa hii nyinyi ndio mnataka maandamano kuliko watu wote Kenya. Wakati niliona hiyo kitu ya Kiambu, Kirinyaga, nilishtuka sana. Mulikaribisha baba na roho yenu yote. Uliona hiyo kitu? Wakati mlikaribisha baba, mkamwambia sisi tunataka maandamano on Monday. Si hata Wajaluo, si hata Wakisii.
Yes, it is true. That one is true. And, you know, how you would put your hope on someone and even emotionally invest in someone. That's what the people of Mountain did. They actually emotionally invested and they thought they would get better deal than that which they got from the former president Uhuru. But it's turned out to be a nightmare for several reasons. Number one, the manner of imports, especially on merchandise. There is a formula that they had been given by Uhuru that when you bring consolidated container, you use weight, you pay per weight. But when this government came in, they insisted that the container, once it arrives, you open the container and pay per piece. So what has happened is that what was hidden profit for the merchandiser dissipated. So what you are going to find in downtown Nairobi are many shops that have closed down. And you can imagine where those youths have gone.
Guru, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
What you predict on Monday will happen? Are the Kenyans coming or the Kikuyus will come out for the first time?
Let me put it this way. It all depends on how it is organized. Because you see, what is currently lacking in Mountain, to be sincere, is the leadership of the like of Kenneth Matipa and Rupia.
No, but Kioni spoke very frankly. Do you think
Yes,
people listen to Kioni in Central?
yes, I agree. People are totally dissatisfied. Okay, but and I believe even without much organization, there are those who will come out. But these things also don't just happen. Even during those 1990s, if you listened to Raila very well, he used Matiba to organize the Matatu industry and to as an entity, as a structure, to make those
But Guru, I
protests
believe this
to
time
be successful.
Gurus are listening to Raila more than ever.
That's a fact. That's true. That's true. That's very
Because
true.
of
In
real,
fact,
he's the only one who can take him from Ruto.
in fact, that's why you can see people like Kalonzo fading away, because you see, politics is about engineering. You have to. There has to be action,
Guru,
and
did you listen to Martha Karua speech? One of the best speeches he gave. Did you listen to Martha Karua? One of the best speeches he gave.
there's a problem of noise.
You know, and that's why I'm saying this Monday is going to be one of the mother of all Mandavanos, because the people of Kiambu, the Central people, want to join the people of Langata. They want to join the people of Kibra. They want to join the people of Kasarani. Do you know that we can remove Ruto by what Raila said this week?
I think the issue here is that the ground can be said to be sufficiently prepared for political action, and because you see, when you hit the pocket of the people of Central Kenya, they don't forgive, and that's where exactly we are right now. And I think I explained this to Alex some time back. Not unless the pocket of the person of the mountain is hit, he cannot come out into political activity. And this time, I think at this time, it's reached that point. And you can see also, look at what happened in Nyandarua. The Ruto yesterday was addressing a very small crowd. Today, because of the shame of yesterday, he goes and mobilizes school buses. You could even see them next to the crowd. And I believe a lot of money was also equally used to mobilize those people to bring them to cheer. But the question is this: for how long can this be sustained? How sustainable is this? So it shows you that there's a problem, and there's a political problem. And I've told you that political problem is going to drag down this country for the next 3-4 years if it's not resolved. Because you cannot have over half of the country generating negative vibes and then you expect any development in the country. That is precisely what it is, and that's what happens everywhere. It's not only unique to Kenya. Nobody will want to go in an environment where people are sitting on the edge waiting for a trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's
Mm-hmm.
precisely the problem we have right now.
Mm-hmm.
And
All
more
right.
so because the vote, that vote of confidence has not been given by the capital holders, people
Mm-hmm.
who own business
Mm-hmm.
here right
Mm-hmm.
now have to give that positive note out there to attract more people into the economy.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it works.
Mm-hmm. Penyagaka, you are back. I don't know what you had to say before I come back to Captain and.
I wanted to tell Buru that today all the MCAs that were with Jubilee, they joined Oda or they joined Ruto from the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever we form the IBC, maybe next year, this year, there are vacants of MCAs and maybe members of parliament. We'll see who wins. Then we go from there. Buru, on the other show, there was a gentleman there who used to be called Kikwete. I bet him $1,000. And when he won, he disappeared even from that show, or he changed his name. Wacha nikwambie ya kwamba the only way you can stop Ruto to get in 2027 is to impeach him. But what you guys have said is that he has bought all the parliament. So who has more money, Ruto or Kenyatta, Raila or Ruto? Those two guys have more money than Ruto. But how can he win parliament? How can he buy parliament? And they can't. So which means that he's smarter than them. So hiyo ndio ninakwambia Tumburu ya kwamba wacha tuangalie mbele, wacha tuone without war, without anything, wacha tuone nani atashinda. We are a young democracy who is trying to grow up in democratic principles. Na hiyo democratic principles ni kwamba you just wrote a constitution. It says 5 years for a parliament and a president. And huyu mheshimiwa Ruto or Mashamba or whatever you want to call him, he will finish his 5 years. Now anything else,
now, Mr. Guru, what do you make of the president having still continuing to make inroads in Jubilee, not in Mount Kenya, in Jubilee? Because it's one thing to get a leader, it's another thing to make the followers of that leader follow you. Because if that was the case, many a times leaders who joined other leaders, their followers, all of them would follow them. But we have had scenarios where a leader goes and that becomes the end of him in as far as politics is concerned. But how do you make of leaders from Jubilee marching to UDA?
You know, I want to put it this way. In fighting MCAs, as was done today, was an act of desperation because the community has disengaged itself. And there is panic on the other side that if these people were to now join the masses, because they are waiting for direction, there will be trouble for Ruto. So what does he do? He thinks by capturing the MCAs, he will have captured the people on his side, which I don't think is true. In fact, there is going to be an implosion. And very soon, the same people will be running, looking for the other side, which will be popular. and that signed today. You ask those who are knowledgeable in the region of Mount Kenya, they will tell you who their leader is. He may not be in power. He may not be holding government position today. But you have also heard like the senator of Nyeri, Wamatinga. What he's been talking in the media is just reflecting what the crowd is. It is very volatile. In fact, they are being called tugege. People who cannot fight for their people because people are suffering. People are feeling dissatisfied. They run the risk of being swept through, all of them. Should direction be held now, and if things don't change by 2022, it will be a clean sweep.
Now, you're talking of a
That we have
leader,
never seen.
hypothetically. Maybe I'm reading too much into what you're saying. Are you talking of Uhuru and Maina Jenga, or there is another leader that might emerge?
No, the position is this. The pendulum has returned where it was. Yes.
Why do you think the fear
today,
of Uhuru is so high?
Today, the fear of Uhuru is so high because he is going to give the direction of the mountain where it moves next. Why? Because he told them exactly what is happening right now would happen. And in Kikuyu, if you followed the history of the Kikuyu, there are those who are called foreseers. Okay? So if you are able to predict with precision about a happening that will happen in the future, and it happens, you only entrench yourself. That is exactly what has happened with the former president. In fact, people are waiting to say sorry. Most of them, yes, because they refuse to listen.
He tried. He even spoke in his mother tongue. He came to Sagana severally. He tried to explain, to articulate his reasoning and his reasons why not Ruto. Now that many challenges have befell everyone, including those from the mountain, is it what you're describing, that anyone who had the ability to foretell a happening was really highly placed?
What I mean is this. Those who entered leadership through this process of deception in the mountain, and which has caused people so much pain, are going to be swept from the political table in a manner that you have never seen. Already some have already realized that, and they are being conscious. Either they have kept off debate, pulled back, so that they are not marked out as the main pillars. They can easily switch. You know how we play our politics. They can easily switch to the side that will be taking over in the region. Some have changed their way of talking, like Wamatinga and others. And it is going to happen more and more. In fact, you keep this date. By mid this year, they will be talking in political rallies. Right somewhere. By mid-June, that's June this year. That's how we play our politics. This man is going to find himself disheartened. Because you see, what maybe I'll be very candid here. Maybe other people play their politics differently. But the people of Mount Kenya are very, very vicious. When they see they arrive, especially economic well-being, being undermined or not doing well. They are very, very, very vicious. And they spare no one. That's why they could not listen to Uhuru, because they thought they were in a worse situation. Now they have been put in even in a worse situation than they were. So it is going to be double over.
So Guru,
Yes.
Guru, let me tell you something. You know, our people were lied to, and now they are realizing that they were lied to, especially the Kikuyus, who thought that Ruto was a good man. And they are so bitter to a point whereby right now they are ready to go to maandamano. Unajua kitu tulikuwa tumekasirika, ile maandamano ya kwanza tukaenda, ya pili ilikuwa ni wa Kisii, ilikuwa ni Wajaluo, lakini right now the people who are calling maandamano are the Kikuyus. Do you know that?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
The Kikuyus wants to go to maandamano for the first time for the first time, they love Baba more than for anything. What I saw in the meeting yesterday, the Kikuyus love Baba. And they know that it's only Baba at our convoy. And I love that because they have seen the light. All these walikuwa wanadanganywa kutoka 2017 ati baba sijui ni mrogi, baba sijui ni nini. Imeisha. Saa hii wanaona baba kama kiongozi wao. Kioni used to criticize Baba so much. Martha Karua betrayed Baba in 2007. But sahi wako na yeye. The Kikuyu have seen light. And if the Kikuyu join maandamano, sisi watu wa Kisii, I know we will join.
All right. As I told you, I hope you understand Alex's state. He's not that well, but we are understanding his current situation. Now, Mr. Guru, what would joining of forces between Uhuru and Maina Jenga mean? Would that really sway the mountains seriously?
I do not know at what point these two meet because the one claims to be talking with the other and the other says he does not communicate or there are no plans. However, politics is not always a very straight thing, and sometimes forces can be many only for them to come together to one point if their interests converge. But more, I'm inclined to think that I would rather talk about the current or the recent meeting between Raila and Wajigi. because Wajege represents that class I told you about of capital holders who feel dissatisfied and who have a sway in how our particularly money markets and the capital markets work. Because they are the ones who are able to move millions across these platforms. Therefore, I would rather look at it at that level. However, even beyond there,
Yes. Unmute yourself, sir.
there is a connection between these people and the so-called hustlers. And that distinction is not as diverse as it trying to portray it. And I'll prove you how. Right now, the other day, I heard him saying, "Oh, these people with the pay slips, they don't want those without jobs to get jobs, to get good houses, and so on and so forth." That can only be said by somebody who does not understand the situation in Kenya. One payslip holder takes care of so many others who do not have jobs. So their brothers, sisters, uncles, aunties, grandfather. So you cannot really use that. I heard him say that there are those who even have mortgage, those who have even rental houses. They may not want to these others to have their own. Things are not as clearly defined as that way. More so because even the so-called affordable houses, we saw the ones that they advertised in Nakuru. I think the cheapest was 3.2 or thereabouts. How many Mamabokas on border can raise that kind of money? So you see, they can also understand that these products are not meant for them. So it's something that is not very clearly defined. And that's where this man will fail terribly, because even those he calls Mama Mboga, if they do not see a direct benefit on these houses, except the few watu ya mkono who will get temporary jobs for that short time when the building is going on. The other things are held by people in the high end. The contractors are people you even don't know which companies and all that. The people he's talking about selling steel, selling what? There are people beyond the Mama Mboga level. So it is going to be, in any case, most of our youths are not in Mjengo. I don't know who gave him this concept that people will troop to the construction sites, even when work is available, because not everybody has that capacity in terms of skills, in terms of physical ability, because it is hard work to take on such duties. And that's why there's those who are still talking about kazi kwa vijana, clearing the environment and making it clean and clogging the drainages and the rest, because it is lighter duty. So that narrative is coming to an end, has come to an end.
All right, Nyagaka, I saw you trying to say something, but first mute your TV because in a letter a strong feedback. Nyagaka, now go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. The TV is off. I don't know what is bringing a feedback. The TV is turned off. Lakini kwamba leo niliona you cannot criticize this gentleman if you don't even follow what he's saying. Today, he was in the mountains, Panyandarwa, and he said the following: the cheapest house will be 3,000 a month. Now, Kimalisa 15 minutes, 15 years, that housing project, it would be paid off, paying 3,000 shillings a month, the cheapest housing. Now, you will choose the categories of which one you want to be in. Ayo, ni kusema kwamba Buru, when you guys criticize the gentleman from the day before he was elected, now when he's elected, you are trashing everything. You are criticizing everything that he's doing. Will not even have you elected. Na hiyo ndio nimesema kwamba if we can get at least 60 or 70%, at least 60 from the mountain, we'll win the election of Kenya in 2027. Na huyu kijana yangu Alex anasema Kioni ni mtu ya opposition. So how can you follow the person of opposition to where he's going? Kioni ni mtu ya opposition. Ukituambia mtu ambao ni kama Gachagua or somebody that is already in UDA, now he has followed the Azimio, then we will be worried. But the mtu ya kubeba sufuria kwa kichwa, and then we have already, the corn, the corn that was killed in last year was maybe 40,000 unias. Now, when the fertilizers come, it's like 60%. Now, next year, it will be over 100%. In a way, I'm very old. When we were young, wakati wa Kenyatta, wakati wa Moi, the first years, there was a surplus of corn that was put in silos all over Kenya. And then there was one time Paul Ongay released that corn for the campers that was starving. And they tried to fire him. And Mzee Kenyatta changed that to where he stayed as a Minister of Agriculture. So if we can feed the people of Kenya today, it will be better off. And the people of the mountain, they have always been united. If they unite and follow Raila and he wins, I will be the first one to congratulate him. I know anything. So we are very, very free. But we see it as of today that there is no way Raila Amolo Odinga.
Sorry, Nyagaka. I see Guru is raising his hand, but even
what surprises me about Penn is about he talks about voting every other. In every statement he talks about it's about election, and whenever he brings issues like housing, he goes now to elections. Elections will come and go. But what I'm talking about now are things that people are going through, which are very difficult and very hard. And the person who is there now is the one people are blaming. Never mind how he came to power. So I want to put it this way. The housing thing, first of all, any payslip holder in the next elections will be campaigning against this man. And I don't want to go beyond there. Number two, the ownership of the house is a contentious issue. I've seen somebody asking this. You take government land, okay? You take public funds, you give it to a private developer. And then, and the argument is this: Ruto is not going to be president forever. Somebody may go to court because some of these lands are not even being regularized. And go and argue that this land was never meant for this activity. And you know how our constitution is. you have already started paying mortgage, and then a court ruling is made that a mistake was made in terms of this rent issue. How do you now reconcile that? You have already put yourself in the trouble.
Interesting question.
So even as people try to talk a lot of things here, there is more than meets the eye here. Okay, and you know they trying to come here in Kumari, somewhere in Kiambu, in Ruiru. Those people in that village, they said they have already prepared weapons. They are ready to go the full hog. And by the way, they demonstrated it because they actually chased away the government, those who had been sent there to make roads using government tractors. They told the regional commissioner not to step there with the kind of talk she had. The CS, Alice Wahome, had to run into this space because what was building was so bad.
All right.
So these are not easy. And when I tell people here, once that fear that you could lose land, you know the Kikuyu with land. Already that fear is so deep that I don't see anybody who will now trust that they will not be in a position to lose their land even after 2027.
All right.
These issues are not easy as you see them. No, they are not. Number two, when I've heard somebody saying, yeah, you can get even a house for 3,000. I'll ask a very simple question like the one David D asked, and you believe them.
And to even make it interesting, and let me first greet optimistic Kenya. Optimistic Kenya, hi, how are you?
Oh, hello,
Optimistic.
How are you?
I'm fantastic.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Well, thank you so much. I actually came here because of Pen Yakab. Sorry, my eyesight is very poor. Yes. And just to reiterate what Mr. Guru just said, yeah, do you believe them? Like I can't stand here and listen to Pen talking about regurgitating what the president said. Yes, you are right, Pen. He did say that the houses would cost about 3,000 to 4,000 shillings. That is true. That is what he said then. But then this is now. We are being told about houses that are costing what? Is it a 2-bedroom, 3 million, right? If I'm not wrong. It's going for 3 million shillings. Yeah. Okay. So now, which hustler can afford that? And then he's even after Kenyans are already contributing to this fund, which we don't even know which companies these ones are going to. All right. And we know who has been famous during the Uhuru government of having companies after companies after companies, having different businesses who would not create the same. You understand? Today I watched the news on Citizen and I looked closely. You know, there's like a board where they say construction under this, you know, whenever you're developing a property. Did you see what they wrote there as client? Housing project. What is that? You know, they don't even define the person that is developing. All right. So yes, Pen, you are right in saying that is what he said before. But what is in reality today is that you have to pay, is it 10%, Jex, right? Of the amount of the deposit? So 300,000 plus the taxes that go with it. All right. When you're buying property, you always know you have to pay the lawyer's fees, you have to pay all this, you know, everything. Yeah. So after you have cleared that is when now you can say, okay, now I can now pay, is it 17? It comes about 17,000 a month. Which hustler is affording that? Yeah, and then there's the 4 million one, same thing, 10%. Then after that, now you pay, I don't know, 20 24,000, is it 20 or 23,000
Yeah,
shillings per month?
thereabout.
Yes. So paying.
Now, even if you were to work with the 3,000 optimists, it means in a year it's around 36K. In
Yes.
15 years, it's only 500,000. It's 540,000. Now,
Oh God.
is that even true? If you were to do that math, is it realistic with all
It
factors
is not.
of construction, of doing business, or raising a house and all? Can we have a house worth 540,000, even if it's a studio?
In this Kenya today, it is impossible. Okay?
So the
That is,
3,000, is
I
it
would
just
rather,
to hype?
yes,
Then people venture into it only for them to be frustrated later on?
exactly, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
Mm-hmm.
and then also, you see now,
Mm-hmm.
are they issuing title deeds for these individual
Mm-hmm.
properties? Because what we are seeing is apartments that are being
Mm-hmm.
showcased on the TV, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So now
Mm-hmm.
these low cost housings, are
Mm-hmm.
they are you going to be given titles by who or what? I mean, there's so many questions, and that is why they're in court today. I have just watched a
Mm-hmm.
sad piece of news where someone Ruto is bringing down a 45 million house for
Mm-hmm.
the sake of housing projects.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that even, I mean, even if we were to argue against everything else that would even consider him to be a good person,
Mm-hmm.
why bring down a 45 million house? Yet there are people out there who are living in huts, people who are being told El Nino inakuja and they were frustrated. They didn't know how they're going to handle El Nino when they're living under a tent,
Mm-hmm.
you know? Yeah. So,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, where is the connection? Mr. Guru, maybe you
Mm-hmm.
can help me. Like, where is the connect in this?
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday I watched a very interesting news from TV France. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
they were reporting about. Maybe I might be able to send you the video clip, but it was
Okay.
much interesting because
Mm-hmm.
they were talking about Kenya being a
Mm-hmm.
visa-free country,
Yeah, yeah.
and from the way the news reporter purported, they still have to pay a certain amount of, I think, $30 or
Mm-hmm.
something. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
48 hours before a flight. Yeah, and then they have
Mm-hmm.
to still go through something else. I don't know, that would still cost them a little bit of money. I think that will add like
Mm-hmm.
maybe five more dollars on top of it or something. So
Mm-hmm.
what he said at the end of his conclusion from that interview, you know what he said? He said,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, Kenya is a visa-free country. Just call it another name, but it's still the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It
You
was
have to
very
pay it
embarrassing.
coming, eh?
You are still
Mm-hmm.
paying the visa. So even if it's visa-free, you still, and I just remember that because we coined NHIF to shift
SHIF.
SHIF.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just basically the same thing.
Now,
Otherwise,
the 3,000 that Nyagaka is talking about, it reminds me of the gas and the cylinder story, where at one point when he was in a meeting, he said, I'll give you gas worth 3,000 shillings,
oh God,
300
yes.
shillings. Was it 300? I think thereabout.
I think it's
And
something about, yes.
yeah, the women there really celebrated that fact that hey, mtungi ya gas shilingi 300. Then fast forward to the date he has set. I think it was June 1st or thereabout. So
He
he changed
retracted.
tune very fast and
Yeah.
said, "I didn't mean the
I
gas.
didn't mean
I
the, yeah, I
meant
didn't mean the
I
gas.
meant I meant the cylinder." Now, wouldn't that be the same story when now you do the maths? Because when you do the maths, it's 540 in 15 years. Maybe he'll say, I didn't mean 3,000 for the house only. What good? What do you make? How will he turn the narrative? Because it's
Jakes,
3,000. It will be 540 in 15 years.
let me tell you the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I would not go for any of those houses, neither would I advise anybody I know. Because
Mm-hmm.
what is happening is that there are many issues that you could be caught up in legal after this government goes away. And you have spent your money. Now, beyond there, I don't think the math is right.
Nothing. Eh? It's not mathing.
Because the one time you hear 3,000, other time you hear 5,000, other time you hear 4,000. There has never been any consistency in terms of how much one pay for the lowest priced house. And you know, it is very easy to kind of crowd people with issues. However, let me say that I'm excited about one thing. Ruto has started a process that could end up catching up with so many as governments change. You demolish houses today in Milimani in Kakamega, apparently because perhaps that was public land. I would bet that is maybe the understanding. Okay? So what it means is that when the next government comes, we also go after those who have lost power. And one way or the other got land which was in a public and demolish whatever is there. So it's a process that has started. We can only hold back and see how it will develop, and it's going to be a long drawn thing, because you can imagine the kind of house that was put down in Milimani, that belonging to Amina Mohammed and that former MP of that area, and others. Apparently, I believe is because the underlying factor is that was one time public land. I would think so. I can't see any other reason. So, in other words, he has given a basis for revisiting some of these things in the future, now and in the future. That's my excitement.
Now, optimistic Kenya. Let me ask.
And sorry, Jake. And to add to what Guru has said, and the first thing that will go down is that hotel that was grabbed. That is a trend he's going to set in Kenya once we have a revolution. Yeah.
Nyagaga, I see you wanted to say something before I come to optimistic.
Yeah, thank you, Jake. Wacha nikwambie, we understand and we know that every Kenyan is suffering. It's a hardship kutoka huku kwetu Kisii mpaka everywhere. That is a common understanding of it. Any change of government. When Kibaki took over from Moi, Kibaki was so unpopular that you defeated him with the first constitution change in 2005. But when Kibaki was leaving power, nobody wanted him to leave power. At the beginning, 2-3 years from now, it will change to where it is very, very optimistic of the Kenyans. So, hii land ambayo is building on is public land. Na ukienda kwa hii hotel, next to the hotel is Moi's land. Na yuko shule hapo. Why do you always talk about the hotel that Ruto has built there, but you never ever hear anybody talk about the school? That's next to that hotel. That is Moi's school, and Moi is the one who signed off the land to Ruto. So some of us are very optimistic.
All right, Guru, you're raising your hand.
Yes, I bet Pen is very right that people are given land by Moi, and even those whose houses were demolished 2 days ago were given by Moi, and therefore it's a process that has started of reclaiming that land if it was not given in the right way. So that's okay, that's settled. Number two, to compare this government and the late Kibaki, may God rest his soul in peace, is actually to compare two things that are completely different. It's like comparing a cow and a chicken, in the sense that when Kibaki came in, he gave people tangible benefit. One, he touched almost every family by decreeing that every child must go to primary school free. You open school tomorrow, money will follow you into the schools. That's the first thing he did. Number two, he brought down the interest rates of in the banks, and reduced the borrowing from local banks, so people could work and borrow money and do business and grow their wealth. Uh, so even I wouldn't go beyond those two. So what happened thereafter is that, of course, the jobs did not increase at once. There are those who and thought they would increase at once. But you see, the hope that he put was so much that people are willing to wait. Now, what has happened with this government? It has raised the interest rates. It's borrowing heavily from the local markets. So the business people can hardly get money, and if they get money, it is too expensive for investment. Number two, the even the education system is taking care of pupils in primary and secondary school is become difficult. In fact, they understand they have reduced capitation from 22,000 to 16 silently, and the schools under strain. Many students, the paper actually has put it that in the last 1 year, I think some students cannot be accounted for where they have gone. So when you look at these things, they are a complete difference from what Kebaki did to the people. You cannot compare the two. So when Penn tells us that that is what Kebaki went through and the things will also take the same sequence, he's lying. It can't be. Because if you plant a banana, you do not expect it to reap avocado. You taberi that you just find things happen. However, anyway, I understand this is a God ordained regime. So maybe the prayer warriors are very, very active, and miracles could just happen. And the things go to the Kibaki way. But as for me, I doubt that we are not moving in the right direction.
Optimistic Kenya, let me ask you. Nyakaka, I'll be coming to you just now. We had a situation where, or rather, this housing thing is not Ruto's brainchild. This began with Uhuru. And maybe the reason as to why many are in court are because of the levy that is charged to it. If these houses had no levy, would Kenya still have wished to have this project go on? And if so, what makes Uhuru's project safe and Ruto's project not safe?
Okay, I understand I'm a bit behind in the feedback. Are you still? I'm still live, like.
Yeah, you are live.
Okay, thank you. Yes. I'll take you back to the day when they were campaigning and people were talking about this. This is the first time I heard this word or reference, where someone steals an exam. What is it called? Alibeba kitabu.
Mwakenya.
That time when Gachagua had the upper hand over this lady, Karua. What was it called? That book. Alibeba inaitwaje?
Mwakenya or what?
Mwakenya, exactly. So this is exactly what Ruto did. All right, with this housing project. All right. And I will clarify a little bit. This housing project did not start with Uhuru. It actually started with Raila back in the Kibaki days. But let me not digress a little further than that. What I would say is that because he's a copycat, he picked up things that were in previous manifestos of Baba, and then he tried to implement them. Now, the only problem is he didn't know how it started, how it began. It's like when you draw something and then you copy it, you would not know the essence, the real reason why that person was inspired to draw something. And that is exactly what's happened with Ruto. So with the regards to the housing project, this is why he's getting lost. This is why even you see the lawyers, coming up. Tomorrow is going to be a mandamano for them. And I'm hoping it will be non-tear gas, it will be non, burning of
They want to
vehicles.
wear purple ribbon.
Yeah.
With purple ribbon,
Yeah,
maybe
we
the
are all
police will be
waiting.
kind.
I think so too, because the way they talked tonight, they talked about going to the Supreme Court, and then after that they're going to go to the State House, right? I mean, that was the mandamano route we had before. So I hope
And
they
you
do
believe them?
succeed.
They'll be tear gas.
This is why, Guru, I am waking up very early in the morning. I'm going to turn on all news stations just to be able to see whether the lawyers can push through where the ordinary mwananchi could not get past. So, and yes, I do support their arguments, and it's something that I would like to come back later and actually expound on their facts. But I do believe that they have a right to. They told Ruto, if you disobey the constitution, you're going to get impeached, and that is it. So, going back to what you asked me, this is just a copycat moment. The way you steal exams, you are stealing, you copy from somebody and you copy A, B, D, but you don't even understand the questions were probably changed. And that is how he's failing. And he's failing desperately. And he's trying to use the Mwananchi to do what? Today I learned to do what? To manipulate us, to make us think that we are trying to deny the common Mwananchi from getting jobs. I mean, that is complete nonsense. I mean, anyone who is educated enough would understand this is nonsense. But I also do understand that he is building an army of people who can understand where he's coming from. And I will digress a little bit. I don't want to take over your show, but we can come back and circulate on this subject. But I do believe that this is the reason why he messed up with the education system completely.
Now,
You understand?
actually, I was coming to that in the next question to you guys.
Then I will ask. Then I will join. Then
my question is: we
I'll
saw
be
the
here
governors,
to comment.
the governors
Yes.
yesterday issued a statement saying they oppose the recommendation issued by the president in as far as education system is concerned in Kenya. Rather, the education committee that the president formulated, and it gave raft of changes that were to really affect our education system. And some were saying, I think the governors were saying, this equally even changes the structure, the basic structure of our constitution, where it has placed, for example, ECDs under county government. Now, when you look at how Ruto is changing all laws, he has changed the HELB loan, he has changed NHIF, he has changed NSSF. In fact, I think from next month there are changes there therein. he has gone to everything you can imagine. He went and tried to change the anti-logging. He brought back the GMOs and everything else. Let me begin with you, optimistic. Why is he so keen in changing previous set laws, previous set policies, changing everything from health to education? What is informing all this? And actually, almost everything he is touching either ends up in court or people outwardly reject it, like we saw what the governors do. So, what do you make of such a leader? Does he consult or yeye ni kujiambia, kujituma na Mhm. Before I have pen, yes, optimistic.
I would answer it this way.
Mhm.
You can see, you can see from the onset what his goal
Mhm.
is. Yeah, like
Mhm.
if we were to screencast the making of a dictator in a very very bad way, in very
Mhm.
very bad light, talk about his
Mhm.
international relations with other countries, talk about
Mhm.
and disrespecting other countries, and their cultures.
Mhm.
Look at the way
Mhm.
even some of his CSS comment on other countries until
Mhm.
you can see even recalling of ambassadors that represent
Mhm.
Kenya
Mhm.
from other states. I mean, it is just. And then look, let's just circle back to the very very latest, yeah, the
Mhm.
messing of the education system right now.
Mhm.
He is creating, I can tell you for a fact, and this is just my opinion, I'm not just basing
Mhm.
it on any fact
Mhm.
or anything, but you can
Mhm.
just see the trajectory of
Mhm.
his goals. You want to make Kenya, you want to build an army, let's just say you want to
Mhm.
build an army of the less fortunate. So what do?
Mhm.
You fail
Mhm.
them in their grades. People have
Mhm.
listened to many students coming out and say, even CRE, even what? I mean, there are
Mhm.
things where you cannot fail. I mean, this somebody, I mean, I saw one copy of someone's sleep where they get a D in English, but
Mhm.
somehow, they get an A in math,
Mhm.
they get an A
Mhm.
in biology, and then they get an A
Mhm.
in chemistry, and then they
Mhm.
fail and get an E in geography and history
Mhm.
and so and so on. Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. So that
Mhm.
his mean grade is a B minus. But if you look
Mhm.
closely to those grades, how did someone get a D in English but is able to
Mhm.
understand
Score
the
an A.
English mathematical questions, the English that
Mhm.
is required to
Mhm.
answer biological questions and chemistry questions? How is that even? And then you still get a D in English? How? I
Mhm.
mean, there's some. If you listen, it's just unfortunate traits.
Mhm.
It is.
Someone may argue maybe they have problems with adjectives and nouns, but
It is
have
true.
no problem with matrix and SADs.
Oh, really? When you construct a question in biology, I still do
Yeah.
remember. Yeah, I'll be
Mm.
like the what is this called? Kimani Chungwa, who likes to
Yeah.
advocate. I am from Alliance. Well, I am
I'm
also from
from
Alliance
B. In
Girls.
fact, he has to insist it
Yes,
is the alliance. Uh-huh.
yes, the Alliance. Well, I was from the Alliance Girls High School, so I will also
Mm.
advocate and say that is complete utter nonsense. Nobody
Mm-hmm.
can believe and
Mm. Mm.
so sorry I digressed a bit, but yes, it is
It's okay.
unfortunate checks. And circling
Mm-hmm.
back to your question, it how, just remind me again your question again, because I did further digress.
I'm asking why is it that everything he is working so hard to touch all sectors. He has touched education, he has touched health, he has come with so many laws to change everything. He's working so hard. You remember he even wanted to change the anti-logging. He brought even the GMO.
Oh my God, yes.
He's working very hard to change previous set laws and regulations. um, I don't know what is his end game and or what
Mhm.
point he wants to prove, but from where you sit, what do you make of a person who wants to change? He touches everything, right?
Yeah, he's a
But
know-it-all.
nothing he touches succeeds. In any case,
Yeah.
it becomes mad with either corruption, with so
Yes.
many uncertainty, like the
Yeah.
bottom up. We are
Because
not
he
really
surrounds
sure.
himself with thieves, he surrounds himself with thieves, and then he's also the
Mhm,
biggest thief of all, so
mhm,
nothing is ever working. But I will tell you,
mhm,
I'll just simplify it and say
mhm,
his government is crashing in the next 3 to 6 months.
mhm,
3 to 3, I say 3 because Jimmy Wanjigi had already predicted it will be 3 months. But
mhm,
let's just say 3 to 6 months, this government is crashing. This is why he's even trying so desperately to increase
mhm,
our NSSF funding. So now, as of February, we're supposed to pay
mhm,
6%. I mean,
mhm.
yes. And actually, even on the 26th of January, is it when the Court of Appeal is supposed to rule on
Yeah, it will be
regular
rolling
law?
on the. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, that law
Actually,
already
this
was
month,
concluded with the High Court.
several laws will be put to rest, or rather, several court proceedings will be put to rest. The housing levy will be put to rest, I think, by the end of the month. Then there is equally that SHIS, AIF. There are so many issues, eh? But
Mhm.
but when you
It's
look at it,
just, yeah. Hmm.
why is he so keen to, like, every day it's now it has become almost a song? He will attack the judiciary. Is he preempting that probably it might go the BBI, you fail High Court, fail in Court of Appeal, and you also equally fail at the Supreme Court? Is he afraid of losing it, in that he's seeing that the judges might
Hmm.
quash this? So what is he doing? Instilling fear, intimidating
Yes,
them,
yes,
and
yes.
trying to sway the judiciary to work in his favor. How do you look at it?
Yes, that's absolutely true, Jakes. I from my honest observation, I'm seeing
Mhm,
that because you see, the High Court was very clear, all right?
mhm,
And where, where,
mhm,
where Kenyans are disturbed is that
mhm,
the Court of Appeal
mhm,
seemed to have already been bent in the sense that you declare that Kenyans today are supposed to pay the, what is it called, the housing levy, yet you
yeah,
know
yeah.
that the High Court already declared it as unconstitutional. All right,
Mhm,
it was
mhm,
not constitutional, right?
mhm,
The
mhm,
But you still go ahead and say, oh, Kenyans, you just pay this month, yeah, and
mhm,
then we are going to settle you on the, I
mhm,
don't know, I think around the 26th or something of the month, I think the end of the
mhm,
month, of this month,
mhm,
and then we are
mhm,
going to make a ruling of for what purpose. You
mhm,
cannot declare something has been declared unconstitutional, and then you still
mhm.
proceed and tell Kenyans, yeah,
To
that
collect
they are,
money.
yeah, just to collaborate. Then what is it? Then Ruto is
Mhm,
essentially right. There are
mhm,
those judges that are indeed corrupt.
mhm,
Then now
mhm,
all the eyes are bent on the Court of Appeal, because why is it that the High Court ruled it
mhm.
unconstitutional? And then you make a ruling, sort of like to make a compromise. There's no compromise, it's law. It's either the truth or it is false. There's no
But
compromise in between.
but optimist, if you remember, those two rulings were given at different hours. The first nullification, or rather, the first time it was declared null and void, that was that was in the morning. But by afternoon, it was declared. They gave a stay order to collect
Mhm.
money for the same. So
Mhm.
someone was saying probably phone calls were made, because
Yeah.
morning morning it
And
was.
that is the corruption Ruto is talking about, because he's saying, you know what, I already
Mhm,
paid you to do your job. And then he goes out
mhm,
and tell Kenyans, I am not going to pay bribes. It's because you already did that. And they're not
mhm,
obeying him.
mhm,
It's very, I can
mhm,
understand his frustration, but it won't sell through.
mhm,
Or I
mhm.
still remain optimistic it will sell through. We
Now,
still have a
with the
constitution
lawyers
in Kenya.
downing their tools tomorrow,
Mhm.
even as we wind up the show, What do you make of it? Do you see it attracting even non-lawyers, people who are not learned friends, joining in? Because many are aggrieved, and of course, a drowning man might catch at a straw. This might be a moment that many might be hoping to join in and really equally raise their voice, because many are seriously saying that it's time we go for protest and really demand that the government listens to us. Tomorrow's, or rather actually today, because it's already close to 1 a.m. Do you see bystanders, not bystanders, rather non-lawyers? Let me use that. I don't know if it's even English, but non-lawyers, people who are not lawyers. Do you see them joining in and helping make this bigger than even maybe we anticipate it to be?
Yes, I do believe at this point in time that this is a precipice to the real revolution that's going to happen in Kenya. So it starts with these small fires that we're lighting. So there's
Yeah.
the LSK have called upon the religious community to support them in their mandamano tomorrow. They've called upon the, what is it called again? Civil society? No, what is it called? They have called upon them as well to join them in the mandamano tomorrow, and Kenyans will be observing. But you do realize that it is these little small fires that are lighting up across the region. All right, the LSK is holding up because they've just told Ruto, you are flouting the constitution and this will lead to your impeachment. That was the bottom line for them today.
Yeah.
And then and they've called upon the civil society, they've called upon the religious community to support them in their mandamano. So it's a wait and watch. But despite of that, there is Baringo, there was something that was already, a small fire was lighting. In Central, we have seen the small fires and resistance that is coming up. So the more Kenyans start to build resistance, especially with this housing project where they literally told those people, we are going to stone you. Come for us, but we are going to stone you. You're not going to steal and grab our land. You understand? So those small fires that are coming up, I do believe, Jakes, that, and being optimistic Kenyan, I do believe they will amount to something bigger, because it is just basically uniting people against a common cause. And if they continue with this trajectory, I think we are ready for Mandamano in April.
All right. I'll be coming
That
back
is
to
my
you.
optimistic opinion.
I'll be
Thank
coming
you.
to you with another set of questions, but I see your antagonist is already in. Pessimistic Kenyan. How are you?
I'm fine, Jax.
I know you are Kenya rebel. Don't really hide your voice. I know you. I know you even if you come with. I know you in so many ways. So don't even try to change your voice.
Okay, you got me. All right.
But how are you, Lakini?
I'm doing good. It's nice seeing you. It's nice seeing optimistic Kenyan, and
You know why? Your color is always R with a purple. I don't have any other guest with that, so it's easy to know. So even if you called yourself any name, I would have known. But anyway, what do you make of what the Law Society of Kenya is calling out to do tomorrow?
I think it's a good thing. I like the fact that they are out there uh, protesting and sending a message to Ruto that you cannot rule like a king. You cannot do things unconstitutionally, because it is the same very constitution that got you into power and you swore to uphold it. So that's a good that's a good step. I'm for it. People should protest. People should voice their opinion, as long as it's done peaceably, as the constitution requires. Yes.
All right. Now, they are not just ending it there at protest. They are equally saying they will look at the law, they'll look at the constitution, and if they cite anything that the president has really violated, you know very clearly that gross violation of the constitution is reason for impeachment. So, what do you make of that as well?
Yeah, but the process is what will probably let them down, because they'll have to go through the legislative body in order to try to impeach him, because it will be basically a vote of no confidence. And as you know, he has more MPs and senators allied to him and loyal, may I say, than the other side. So it's a tall order, but it's also good. I mean, it's good because it will be sending a strong message. It will make Ruto nervous. Yes.
All right. Clear to hapo Bwana Pessimist. I'm sure Bwana Othiambo will equally want to challenge you. He knows you as well as I do. But Eli, how are you? I know now you are free from COVID.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm COVID free since last week. I saw Alex there with a mask, and he didn't look too well. Was he okay, Alex?
No, he's not doing too well. We have him as well in our prayers, and we know he will equally pull through.
Oh, good. Hope he gets well soon.
Yeah.
But I don't have a magic wand for this conversation. I was just wanting to contribute about comparative reforms, economic reforms in some countries in relation to this thing about the welfare state, as it's called in some countries. For example, in the UK, they established this in way back in 1948.
All right.
You know, the state welfare, where if you're out of work, or if you're accessing medical insurance or medical health from state hospitals, you literally have access to this for free, but all depends on how much people are being taxed towards that. But also don't forget that in those countries were also getting their wealth from the colonies. 1948, Britain was still sitting pretty in many countries as a colonial, chieftain, you see. So we have to bear in mind that there's some history into why some countries have managed to have a strong welfare system. So, for example, most of these Western countries were amassing a lot of wealth from Africa and other countries. They were taking resources left, right, and center for nothing. Okay? So there is a strong historical context into this. Now, there's also been an argument historically about, this is especially from conservative leaders, people who only see money and not the social welfare of the workers. For example, there can be workers in industry who get injuries in the factories. What's going to happen? Will they be compensated? No. We need profits. So these are the kinds of people that think in a conservative fashion, and they go through. They exist with something called the laissez-faire approach, which basically they don't care about the welfare of the people. They say that the state should not intervene. But the contrary to this is what this strange president of UDA is doing. He's, on the one hand, he projects this view that the state should not intervene, and yet the state is intervening by putting some kind of very strong policies that are biased against certain people of a certain income to contribute towards health insurance and things like that. hoping that the so-called hustlers are not hurt by that health insurance, but those people who are on a medium wage or middle class or whatever would probably be extremely, disappointed when this takes effect. So the whole confusion about how these policies of UDA is going to work is basically, I think, is the problem they have is, where's this money coming from? So I gave a perfect example of how these Western countries managed to do this. There was a colonial infrastructure that pumped up the wealth for why they did that. And also the likes of ODM, the Azimio brigade, had similar plans. In fact, even more open and obvious than what this man is doing about state welfare approach. In fact, they spoke about Baba Care, Mama Care, and things like that. Where was the money going to come from? They say they knew where the money was going to come from. So we have to put those things into context as well. I am not a fan of Ruto, but Azimio, they put a similar, policy approach when they came to. They said if they come into power, people are basically going to access free healthcare. They say they knew where the money was. There was a question mark about that. Perhaps it was just politics. So all I'm trying to say is that everything has to be put in the historical context, so that we see in a comparative level, is it possible for an African country like Kenya to actually do this? Can they do it incrementally? Can they do it instantly? And are there going to be like, a whole mass of victims, when this policy actually take place?
All right.
So that's my contribution.
Now, your contribution makes me really think deeper, and so that we go around. Let me come back to you optimistic. William Ruto and team have a way of creating a narrative. If you go back in the days, you remember kulikuwa na the analog versus digital, the young versus the old. Then now alipoona imeisha, now he brought the dynasty, the haves and the have-nots in the form of hustlers. Then I think now sasa ameleta a different one, where the judges now are on the receiving end, because every day when he speaks, it's judges, corruption, blah, 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 and all that. Is it a narrative he's creating so that people will see our courts as though they are not a citadel of justice, as though they are not a place where when you go, you will get justice unbiased and marked with corruption and everything else? Is it a narrative he's creating so that by the end of the day, some of these things tutaanza kuzikataa mapema, tutaanza kuoppose our courts? So what happens when tomorrow we have disputes, hata hizi za elections, the presidential elections? Will people still believe what hii narrative inaweza endelea mpaka waseme koti zimekuwa ziko corrupt? So is he also not creating a downfall for himself? Because when we'll have an election petition in 2027, he equally would want to have justice, but he's already madding the courts with slurs of being corrupt and all. So what do you make of it?
Oh yes, I do believe that what Kenyans are going through is we are being conditioned to think in a certain way, to empathize in a certain way. Like when he holds a rally and he tells Kenyans, nyinyi wa Kenya, ni nini mnataka kufanya? Like I know that rally wasn't broadcasted because it was very alarming to most Kenyans, but someone did capture it, where he tells us that if we don't like what he's proposing, then we should leave this country. There was that also. So, and then there is this recent one, of course, where he tells us that we should sympathize with the people that are trying. You see, he was like talking like, nyinyi wale huyo huyo mwanamke ako na biashara, he is employed somewhere. The wife is also employed somewhere, but they are refusing to help you guys. Now, wale watu wa chini, they are telling you that we shouldn't care about you, but I will stand with you against the court's decision. Now, what do you make of that sort of kind of speech from a president? You understand? Yeah, I think he made this today. I think he said this today. Yeah. So I will agree even with the previous contributor that just came in. And that is what I was just saying. He is a copycat. These things that he's trying to launch, right? Housing levy, yeah, the SHIF that he has recently leveled. All these are proposals from his competitors. Now, what he doesn't know is that he didn't arm himself with the ways on all the house to do so. That is why he is failing in all this. This is why today he was telling Kenyans, we are not considerate of the poor. We do not care about the poor. Yet he is going to stand with the poor. Who in his mind trajectory right now? Every Kenyan is just either struggling to finish paying school fees or getting the next week. Yeah, 4 months students are going. Half of majority of them are already applying court cases because they did not agree with the KCPE results. And then now look at what the mess he has done with the KCC. And then we are now being flooded with TV stations telling us that it is okay if I go to, I did not want to do a degree. I did not want to go to university. I was okay being a mechanic. Have you seen those ones on TV? Yeah. I mean, this is all about conditioning our minds just to be accept that we are failures, and we are supposed to go a certain way. Because how do you rule a country or as a dictator? It is to make sure that everyone is desperate and dependent on you. That is it. It's so simple, as easy as that. Pessimistic.
Pessimistic. Same question.
If the moderator will allow.
Yeah, actually, I would. Pessimist. Same question.
Yes. About what was the question again? About the housing, his housing agenda?
No. The question was, is he creating a narrative? Because we had Hustler versus Dynasty, we had analog versus digital. Now we are having the court versus, us saying, oh, courts are corrupt, courts are not doing us justice. So what will happen when tomorrow we have a presidential petition and either it rules in his favor or against him? Will we believe the court, or will still continue saying that hizi koti zetu zimeshikwa corrupt, whatever way they decide?
Yes, I see slightly different. I don't necessarily blame him for taking that position because as a president, your vision or your plan or your agenda, you should be the number one salesman marketing it. So, for example, the Hustler versus Dynasty, that was it really worked, and I thought it was genius, because it painted Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga as the sons of, rich folks, Odinga and Kenyatta, and he was just a chicken seller, son of a nobody. So, it's that's why I say it's a genius way of kind of creating that narrative. And also his policies, he is trying to market and bear himself with the people, which I think is not working, by saying that, I'm trying to implement this wonderful higher affording housing agenda, but Okiom Tata and the opposition are running to the courts and trying to stop it, which I disagree with them, because they are actually trying to stop it in the courts on constitutional grounds. It's not that they just hate what he's doing. It's just he wants to implement it unconstitutionally. So, but I don't blame him for, trying to market his vision or his plans. And one other thing I want to say,
lies.
Okay, he lies, but who hasn't lied between all these leaders? I always argue that they're all liars, whether it's opposition or Ruto. What's the difference? Then this whole other point where people say all this, what is it called? All these plans, manifesto that the people make. And in fact, the one that people say that, this housing levy was actually started by Uhuru Kenyatta, it's Uhuru Kenyatta's project. It's not Uhuru Kenyatta's project. That was our taxpayers' money that was used to actually carry out these plans, okay? So it's not Uhuru's project, it is a Kenyan project, okay? Now, the difference is maybe the way they went about it. Uhuru did not ask for an extra taxation from the people, okay? Now, Ruto is coming in and asking us to pay extra taxes to implement his, and that's where this agreement is. So, but all in all, how I see it is this. Ruto is an extension of Uhuru Kenyatta's regime on steroids. He's borrowing like a crazy man. And now we can see that he is having a fight with the judiciary, which I mentioned, Jakes, that it's actually not a bad thing, but because it shows that the judiciary is not all compromised. Because if they were compromised, he won't be complaining about them. So it shows that there's a level of independence in the judiciary. Now, that does not negate from the fact that there is corruption in the judicial system, just like there is in the executive and the legislative body. So, so all in all, I don't blame him for trying to, whether it's lying or not, but he is, as a president, that's your job. You have to market your policies, whether they are constitutional or not.
Oh, Jakes, let me cut you short a little bit. I for the first time, I do agree with Kenyan revolutionary or pessimistic Kenyan for the first time, and I'm actually impressed, Kenyan revolutionary, because you've stated facts that at the end of the day, if we stick to the rule of the constitution, then everything else fails. All right. And I do agree with you on that aspect. I just wanted to just make that clear because I'm just pretty happy from your comments that you at least we have a what is it called? We have a common eye at a level,
Yes,
that
that's why
about everything else.
That's why I need you to subscribe to my channel, and you will agree with me more than you think.
Umekuja campaign kabla uendelee sana. Let me come to Nyagaka. Nyagaka, you had something to say.
Jakes, Amina Salmia Kenya Revolutionary na sema kwamba optimistic, pessimistic, mimi nakubali nao kwa sababu if we follow the constitution we will get to wherever we are going, lakini hii kutisha watu ya UDA ya kwamba when you follow the constitution then we are not following the constitution, you are totally wrong. We accept. Hiyo ndio tulisema maandamano kwenda every day, in the morning, at night, anyhow, hiyo tunakubali nayo, lakini ujue ni nini unaenda kwa maandamano for. Kienda kwa maandamano ya kwamba Ruto must go, that's a waste of time, because hiyo lazima uende kwa impeachment, uende kwa constitution vile inasema. Hiyo ndio mimi nakubaliana na ile mlikuwa mnazungumza earlier about ile kitu alisema ya gas. He misspoke on that one, practically misspoke. Mimi ni mtu ya UDA ndani kabisa, lakini nakubaliana na wale wanasema either he was lying or whatever he was doing, he misspoke on that one, that's a fact. Lakini kitu kama ya nyumba, you are building the housing on public land, you're not buying the land. And therefore ile 3,000 yanasema ni kweli. There are so many things that goes into it that we can see, lakini lazima tuone ya kwamba when he finishes, how do the people settle in those housing? Ukiona vile alitembea leo na wale watu walikuwa wanazungumza nao ambao walikuwa wanafanya hiyo kazi ya mjengo, and then you wonder what will these people be doing if this president did not come up with the idea of building the houses. They will be idle. These are the people that you call maandamano wanaenda. These are the people you call for, any gathering they go. But ukiwa na kazi, they are more involved in that. Lakini ya mwisho kabisa, hiyo housing in the economies of the Western powers. Hii mnasema Asian powerhouses and all this, they follow the housing. You're not inventing anything new. It has always been there. And there is no way you can build those houses and pay the money that you gentlemen and lady are talking about for the common Kenyan to buy those. It will be practically impossible. Lakini hiyo ya 3,000 hiyo tunataka tuone, kwa sababu kama imespoke like mimi nasema hiyo kitu ya kasi ile imespoke, then we are very sorry. Lakini tunaendelea this kama Kenya is optimistic, au ni wananchi ambao hawakutaka huyu aendelee na hii kazi na apate hii kazi. And if they come here to say negative things about this government, it's understandable. It's common. But give us 5 years to the constitution in December.
Okay. Now, my final question to you, optimistic and backup. Let me begin with you, optimistic. Now, how do I put this question? When you look at the current regime, it has had many projects begun. None has gone to the level of completion, but even at its early stage, unakuta tu kuko na corruption tu kibao. You remember the time tulikuwa na drought, tukasema tulete mahindi na oil. See what happened. Tukasema tufanye government to government. See what happened. So what are we talking about when we say hizi stories za housing? Could we be also having ka corruption kamejificha Kenya, tuongelelei kako tu uko ndani, ni venye maybe control of budget ajaingia ndani aangalie hizo documents vizuri, solicitor anaitaka nani yule accountant Nancy, she's called what? She's the I'm forgetting her role, the auditor general. If akuja akague vitabu akute kuna watu wanafanya hapa mambo visivyo, what do you make of what that could be? Could we be harboring corruption to chini ya maji tupata tusemi?
Absolutely, because sasa ukiangalia at the end of the day, projects zake, they are not taking off. Why is it? Because he's flouting the constitution. Because at one point he is appealing to Kenyans to do the right thing. But when you look at the constitution, it contradicts that, because you see, you cannot take our faith in vain. Okay? Kenyans want to do good. Which Kenyan have ever had where if you're very close, if you have friends, close-knit family or close friends, hatutapenda kuchanga. You understand that Harambee spirit, yeah? Ukisikia matanga unasema okay, even you have 200 bob because you're broke, it's the end of the month, but at least hata utatoa hiyo na utasema okay, sahii sina hiyo pesa, lakini wacha hii itakusukuma. You understand? Now he is optimizing that aspect of Kenyans, because I do believe Ruto is not a stupid man. That is what I do believe. He is not a stupid man. He has understood the Kenyan psychology. All right. But unfortunately, Pen, I will answer you on this. You seem to contradict yourself. At one point, you're telling us that you do respect the fact that things are not going well with him, but it is because we are fighting him, because you respect the constitution. And then on the other hand, again, you flip-flop. And then you tell us the opposite. I mean, it just makes sense. All right? Because right now, Kenyans are hurting. And I am in Kenya. all right, you probably might not be in Kenya, or you might be in Kenya, and maybe you live in State House and you work in a government house. So maybe our visions are not aligned. Yeah, well, unaona $dollars, us guys are seeing minus signs. Yeah, all right. So spare me, and spare the rest of Kenyans who are actually hurting. You know.
All right.
So,
I'll be coming to you, Kenya, optimistic with your closing remark, but I'm sure Pen Nyagaka would want to respond to that. Pen, what do you say? We amezima tu hivyo.
Ngoja niambie huyu optimistic ya kwamba mimi am not conflicted in exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying very clearly, optimistic ya kwamba if you follow the constitution, that is great. Lakini kama huyu anasema vitu ambao they don't materialize, then you have every right to even impeach him or take him to court or whatever you do. Hiyo tu, kwa sababu you cannot say that kila kitu anafanya ni mbaya. No, hiyo ndio, that's the difference that I have with a lot of people in ODM or ile side ingine ambayo inampinga huyu. Kupinga in just because we want to kupinga, then I'm not in that. I supported this gentleman from the beginning. I still support him because he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do. Na hiyo ambayo mnataka kumpiga, go ahead. Hiyo sio conflict, hiyo ni kweli. Kama constitution ina agree ya kwamba apingwe, I'm not the right of the constitution. I think that a lot of people contributed to this constitution. So let us agree that if the constitution gives the common people the power to do what they have to do, let them do it. I'm not conflicted. I'm very optimistic that this.
Pen, can I ask you?
Yeah.
Pen,
go ahead.
You do believe in the Constitution, yeah? And you know that, and you know that lawyers are already telling Ruto that he's already violating the Constitution. All right? What do you make of that? Without saying so many things, because there are so many things he has broken the law with. All right? That is why he has gone into emotional manipulation, telling us that, you know, that we need to appeal and satisfy the common man, as if we don't already do that in our own individual right. So when someone comes and when someone like a president comes and talks like that, hasn't he lost his common sense? I mean, you must apply the Constitution, which you said you believe in. So if we follow the Constitution, are you going to follow what the lawyers tomorrow they are protesting about? Tomorrow is Friday and they're doing their mandamano. Do you agree with them doing that mandamano? Sorry, Jets.
It's okay. Sorry, I'm equally communicating with some people over here. Yes, Ben, please answer that question. All right. Kabla I load, allow me to have Ben, I hope you got the question. I'll be coming to you for your response. Ellie, if you can give me your submissions, even as I near winding up, I have like around 10 minutes.
Jax, I made my submissions last week. I suggested that the man who is now purporting to be in control of Kenya. Sorry, is that my sound or where is it coming from?
Yeah, it is. You have two tabs open.
Let me see. Is it still on?
Yeah, but we can hear you. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'll cancel it, then I'll come back in a minute. 2 seconds.
All right. Optimistic, you get that honor of giving your submissions, closing remarks, and I hope Ben will battle what you say. If it raises something that you need to respond, I'll still give you an opportunity. But what would be your closing remark? Optimistic, it's your turn.
Oh, okay, fine. Thank you so much for allowing me to be in the show, and and I think I'm going to be a regular because you do really challenge us, and we do have challenging debaters in this
Yeah,
show,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
and I do appreciate their own different views. So I'll be
Mm-hmm.
here to counter them if I can, but I and I
Yeah.
also agree where they also there is fact and truth in what they say. My point is, Kenya was predicted today that we are going to have a revolution. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
optimistic that a lot of Kenyans, with the way they are feeling that things are not going right in this country,
Mm-hmm.
we will
Mm-hmm.
be able to stand up the government. Now, maybe some people might confuse that and say that we want to overthrow the current government.
Mm-hmm.
No, not that. That is not my view. Okay, all right.
Mm-hmm.
This guy,
Mm-hmm.
however he got power, he got it.
Mm-hmm.
The only
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
is that we're going to stand by our constitution. We will not allow him to violate
Mm-hmm.
our constitution and our
Mm-hmm.
basic rights. All
Mm-hmm.
right. These
All right.
constant taxes that he keeps coming up every month with, we are going to fight them on the basis of the constitution because at the end of the day,
Mm-hmm.
we have a right to
Mm-hmm.
live and to have proper housing and to have education. But when we see
Mm-hmm.
him flouting it, like what he's done in the education sector, it is miserable. This is why Magoha had a heart attack.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? This
Yeah.
guy died because of a broken heart, because of what he has worked so hard for. Just see it
Uh,
plummeting,
Optimistic. I will not
plummeting.
really
And now,
stretching
thank
you.
God, he's not even alive to see this.
Yeah, yeah.
He's not even
All right.
alive to see how Kenyans are being
Mm-hmm.
failed.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, let me just end it there for now.
All right. Ellie, I give you 2 minutes of fame.
Okay. My submission was, as I said last week, I think um,
Your
it's
submission
come.
last week was interesting, and I think someone somewhere heard you. You said he should be impeached because of mental incapacitation. Now, the
And it's
LSK
getting
again,
worse.
they have just exchanged
It is
the
getting
word.
worse. Absolutely, Ellie.
They have exchanged it. Now they want to impeach him because of gross violation of the constitution. But same thing will happen if the impeachment go through. But now the journey begins. It will be a difficult one, a very tight one, because Parliament is the one mandated by the constitution to really see through the impeachment of any president. So, kazi mbele,
Yes, but
lakini
it can still happen. There is a lot that can change. Uh, Life in a week is a long time in politics anywhere.
Mhm,
You know,
mhm,
so, anywhere,
mhm.
even a day. You know,
Yeah.
so I don't think that the Azimio side are asleep.
Mhm,
And also, when this man says that there is intense sabotage against his plans, I believe actually there is sabotage. That there's people there who did not want him in power anyway, even including in the executive and in the judiciary. So there
mhm.
is not like a universal acceptance that there's a consensus this man has to be in power. So in
Yeah.
a way, I'm not crying tears for him, but I'm actually agreeing with him, but that there is some form of sabotage. And before
Mhm,
he knows it, there will be civil disobedience. Because when it comes to issues of tax, and he's trying to laugh at people saying that, oh, um, you can't just live there without paying tax. I'm Caesar, you pay me. Who told him that he is Caesar? Because there is people who objected to his politics and did not vote for him. A huge chunk, We only rely on what those judges said. They forced us to believe that he's the person who won the elections, and we just had to believe it. Now he's stand out against them. But my submission is just basically, and this is with all due respect to people who are living with different forms of mental health conditions, with all due respect to them. But this man, he needs to be checked. He needs to be seriously assessed. And before it, look, just Jex, look at the way he's behaving towards Uganda. No, Jex.
Hallelujah.
Jex, look at the way he's behaving in the neighborhood towards Uganda, towards Somalia. He's down there attacking which other country?
Like, Ethiopia peke yake.
No, man, this guy is left, right, and center. He's making friends with some of the most heinous genociders in Sudan, And then we think the man is up, up there, he's okay. One thing I know is that when Uhuru Kenyatta said what he said about William Ruto, and people did not believe him, it was a massive mistake. People even say that Uhuru Kenyatta had state powers to contradict the opinion of the judges. I think Uhuru Kenyatta gave people enough time to think about what he was saying, But that's another story. So for me, this man should not even even some of the things he has done in the past, where I think this guy is just mentally ill-equipped, where we think that he's just he's like massively corrupt. He wants to get land everywhere. Maybe this is just part of his mental state, Now, what I'm saying is
how you're connecting those to the
you have to. One thing I wouldn't do is I wouldn't insult him. No.
Right.
No man or woman is worth of any insult. I will not insult him. What I'll do is I will say that if it continues this way, I mean, you just watch the Kenyan police going to Haiti and see the results of that, even within 1 month. And I'm telling you, that will be something else. That's enough to bring this person down.
Correct.
Because we already, and any person who has access to YouTube or any form of internet knows the problems that the people of Haiti are facing. And then you now send Dad's army to to run the country from Kenya, like seriously. So there is some priorities that we don't have, and that's just one of them. America's thrown some money at us to go to Haiti, and you know what's going to happen? That's just another cash cow. So honestly, you can say you can do volumes about this person who is at the helm of power in Kenya at the moment. He needs to step down. If he doesn't step down, I believe that people can make him step down, because now he's touched the raw nerves. We're talking about the economy. He's, where is those wheelbarrows, by the way? The wheelbarrows, where are they?
We're busy doing constructions.
Where are the wheelbarrows? You show me. Show me one wheelbarrow.
At the construction sites.
That's where the conman started, with wheelbarrows.
Optimist, where are the wheelbarrows?
Yeah, where are the wheelbarrows? Where?
That was just a con.
You're going to tell me those were metaphors.
Yes, I would agree with you. Those were just metaphors, because it's like you're supposed to see the grass is always greener on the other side. I don't know, but that was it. He has been playing with our psychology, but what he forgets is that we have a constitution, and I do agree with you, Ellie. We have a constitution, and this is why even I do support the lawyers because those are some of our brightest minds. So when they come out and say, we are going to demonstrate tomorrow because he is flouting the constitution, Kenyans need to pay attention. This is not a joke anymore. And I've told you, Jakes, these are just light fires that are burning up. Apart from seeing other communities building up. Today, you've seen the news. We've seen, I think, the news from Baringo. We've seen the news before that. It was Eldoret. His own community are also protesting. Yeah. So this is not about a tribal affiliation or anything like that. This is everything. I think there was a clip where someone even said that he was doing a road rally for just his car motorcade and the pressers, because I think which estate was that? That was Nyandarua, or where was it? Where he was basically, you could see people just walking past, you know, past him, you know, and he was busy telling Kenyans, you know, housing. He's not selling this housing project because people know very well. Everyone knows in Kenya that we build our own homes. If you can't, you pay. You will take a loan. You buy your own. You make your own home. If you can't, you take a circle loan. If you can't, you rely on your relatives. I mean, we have options, basically. So who is this man who comes here and tells us that it is critical? Yeah, so here we are starving. Here we're struggling with expenses, cost of living, everything has shot up. But then he's telling us to focus on housing. Which Kenyan is going to listen to you? He's got his priorities wrong. And that's why I keep saying this is why you copycat people's manifestos and try to implement them as your own. You will fail.
Now, about our copycatting, copy pasting, Kwani was this one type of copy thing that he did? He didn't copy other skills, other projects, other ideas, because he has only two major: fertilizer and housing. Hakuna idea ingine angecopy.
Actually, I will object to the fertilizer one because everybody knows Russia, I think it was Russia, that gave us the free fertilizer. And most people were even complaining that fact when he came to Kenya and he was giving it, and he announced it on his presidential speech after he had been sworn in, that I will lower the prices of fertilizer to 3,500 if I'm not wrong, right?
Yeah.
That was free donation. You're getting a free donation, and then you're going to steal, you know, steal from us by telling us that, yeah, I'm going to give it to you at a lower price. This
Maybe
is
you
an
would say that
escalating
transport cost me half the price.
Jax, optimistic.
Exactly. Yes.
Jax, even one of his chief bloggers, a man called David Wafula.
Yeah.
Even him now is run out of words. David Wafula.
How do you can't really defend lie after lie,
exactly,
fault after fault, a broken promise. You can always
absolutely, Jax, absolutely.
You cannot. Even if you have all the English in the world, you run out of adjectives. But Nyagaka keeps trying. Let's hear
Nyagaka.
Chief blogger. Habari yako Eli. That's you, my friend. Sawa. No, the optimistic lady asked me a question earlier. Yeah, the lawyers have a right to demonstrate, to do whatever they want to do. I don't agree with them. You agree with them? Yes. That's why the Constitution is large enough to accommodate every one of us, the negative and the positive and whatever. So to answer your question very simply, the optimistic, I agree that they should demonstrate or whatever they want to do. They have a right. It's written in the Constitution. That's very clear. Eli, this guy has no mental problem because he has only are democratic ideas that are different from yours. That does not mean that he has a mental problem. Every society that is a
Stolen
democratic,
ideas.
it has every society that is a democratic.
Look, he's a pathological liar.
No. Let me finish.
And
You
when
guys
you're
have been
delusional,
agreeing to each other. No. When you are delusional, you're delusional.
no,
I
but
mean,
when you're
you have
chronic
to go to
delusional, you're mad.
No. I agree that he misspeaks sometimes, especially when he said something about the gas that he was saying the tank or whatever. Yes, we all do that. You can misspeak, and he has to accept that he can misspeak. But to call him a mental case, that is a very, very strong word. We have been called that. Personally, I've been called that because I disagree with you guys. What you guys have been exchanging is the ideas that I've listened to before the elections, after the elections, the same story. And we have stayed with Ruto. Even if we agree with him, we disagree with him. I call him Arab Bashamba, and my friend say, why you call him that and he's not? When he took that guy's land, is wrong. So let us be very, very clear. And very clear that this gentleman does not have a mental problem. All you have to do is organize yourself where you can defeat him in 2027. Basically,
stop
we
it.
have
Stop it. Just
5
stop
years.
that.
Let's not even
We
get
have
into
5 years.
it, okay?
Well,
We're not
I
talking about
listen to you guys
elections.
talking.
What are you arguing about?
No. You guys have been talking
You're
together
going hot and
all the
cold,
time.
hot
Let me
and cold.
finish.
Why are
Let me
you
finish what I was
doing
saying.
that?
Huh?
Nagaka, you have to
I
make
just
sure
told
you
you guys
bring in the
all you
2027.
are saying right now cannot work. You say that you need him out of power right now. It cannot work. That's why, Mr. Optimistic, I'm saying 2027. Whatever you are agreeing on, whatever mental case you are calling him, everything is just talk. It has nothing to do with the reality. Reality still remains that the Ruto has to go in 2027. He either goes home to go or he stays in the state house. Simple as that.
Okay.
Mental case,
Pen,
it's just talk.
Pen, allow me to just ask you one question, because this is where I have a problem with you. You're either blowing hot or cold. So this is why you say that you respect the Constitution and every Kenyan has a right under the Constitution to object what Ruto is doing per view with the Constitution. Now, tomorrow we're having lawyers, okay, the epitome of our intelligence, all right, telling us that they're going to go on the streets because he is abusing the Constitution, and if he fails to reconcile his thoughts, then they will put him to impeachment. And there are various ways we could do that, all right? Then here you come again and tell us that we should focus on 2027. Pen, seriously, you're exhausting our minds. Which one are you?
Especially when he keeps repeating that we have to go the democratic route. And the democratic route, one of them is demonstrating, one of them is calling for impeachment. There's many tools to be used. They can be exhausted.
Yes. Let me answer you optimistic. I'm not blowing hot and cold air. It's very clear. I just say, let me restate again. Every Kenyan has a right to demonstrate, to maandamano. Every Kenyan, basically. Now, can you raise a question here directly to me? I don't agree with
but you're referencing that part of the Constitution as if you're saying about like we are blind bats. Like we don't know what we're talking about. Like we don't know what we're protesting. So you're saying we have a right to do that, so that we're acting like it's like we are blind. No, Pen, we are not blind.
No, I am agreeing with you that I am agreeing with you that you have a right to demonstrate. I'm agreeing with you that you have a right to demonstrate. I'm not disagreeing. It's written in the Constitution in black and white. That's very clear. Personally, I don't agree with it at all. The Kenyans, the lawyers are the most educated, so whatever they tell us, we have to follow it. I don't agree with that. Basically, ni kusema ya kwamba vile area alisema ile ya kwanzia yeye alianzia ati this guy has a mental problem because he disagreeing with whatever you disagree with whatever he's saying. You have a right. That's not called an hot air. If you call him anything you want to call him, I agree with that. I don't disagree with that.
But Pen,
Yangu ni kusema ya
can I
kwamba
ask you something? Do you actually listen to the president? Do you actually listen to the president?
everybody said yes.
And you just swallow it like it is toothpaste or whatever it is.
No, I don't.
Because seriously,
I swallow
Pen,
I swallow it like it's a shot of liquor. I don't drink the toothpaste.
okay, fine. Then that is why we end our conversation. So that is why we end our conversation. So this is where
All right. Optimistic, Nyagaka, Ellie, you guys are just fantastic. I had allowed you that back and forth. Can we now call it a wrap? We do it tomorrow. Right? Maybe a word from each. I begin with who? Nyagaka, a word from you as we wrap up. Nyagaka, can you hear me? Your final sentence, not statement. All right. As Nyagaka is loading my question, Ellie.
Okay. May my final statement for this session of our conversation is that we have a person at the helm of Kenyan governance who, before the elections, for 3 years before the elections, was pumping in money to churches, all the faith organizations, 1,000 Kenya shilling notes, which Uhuru, of course, was doing his best to stop the flow of that money through a central bank regime to stop it, because we knew where this money laundering schemes were coming from. This man was all behind this, who is now leading Kenya. This is a person who Kenyans knew that he was not the cleanest possible candidate to run the country, but Kenyans are hard to come by. They do their own thing. He garnered a respectable percentage of the vote, but to me, he did not win. But I was surprised that even some people voted for him in big numbers, even though I know that he did not win. So my statement is, at this point, I still fault Kenyans, not this person, because Kenyans are the ones who, the Azimio coalition would not have gone to court if they had a massive landslide, which they probably didn't get. They won, yes, but I don't think they had a landslide, and only because their chief opponent also got a respectable vote, which was very sad. So I blame Kenyans. Thank you.
All right, optimistic. Your final sentence now. Final sentence.
I won't even say much. I'll just say that leadership is a privilege to better the lives of others. It is not an opportunity to satisfy personal greed. I'll rest at that. Mpaka kesho.
All right. See you tomorrow, optimistic. Hope you have a good one. Ellie as well. Good to see you now, healthy and strong. As we equally pray for Bwana Alex. Alex, your final statement as we close the show.
No, I want to say that it's good. Raila has called maendeleo. Maandamano, sio maendeleo, maandamano.
All right.
Because the way Ruto is behaving, Ruto has become rogue. We've never experienced such a bad experience in Kenya, whereby a president, first of all, is a tribalistic. Second of all, he doesn't listen to anybody. Third of all, He has captured all the institutions. You know, Ruto, when I think about Ruto, I feel like crying.
Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry.
No, you know, he has captured the judiciary.
It's well, it's well, Alex.
He has
I
captured
feel
the
you.
judiciary. He has
Mm,
captured the parliament.
mm,
He has captured everything. He has captured the church.
mm.
So we don't even know. For the first time, we can't even go to court. You understand? We can't even
Very
go to
sad,
court
very
because
sad. I
the
feel you,
court,
Alex.
the court cannot give us justice anymore. You know, when Justice Odunga and Justice that albino lady, they were in Nairobi. We could
She
get
called that
justice.
Mumbi.
Mumbi. We could get justice. Right now, you can't even think of going to court.
I
Because
feel you,
this
my
guy,
brother. I feel you. I feel you. All right. Penyagaka, your final words, even as I.
no, I have not finished. I have not finished.
Penyagaka.
Yeah, I
I
hope.
have not finished.
I'm coming to you. I just want you to calm down. Alex, I'm giving you. Just want you to calm down and I come back to you. Go ahead.
I hope Moiwa, Alex, you get feeling better. We are all praying for you. Ya kumaliza ni kwamba optimistic, I do believe in the Constitution of Kenya, and all of us, let us follow the Constitution to the end. Vile everybody should follow the Constitution. Yangu Jakes ni kusema, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and we appreciate you as always. Thank you. Members.
All right. Thank you so much, Alex. Now I think you can finish. I think now you're okay. Go ahead.
Penny, I want to tell you something as my uncle. Don't support a government that is repressive to our people. Our people are suffering. This is January. Our people are not even going to school. You saw what happened in Kisii. Osoro wanted to shoot Simbarat. Did you see that?
Yeah, we did.
No, I'm asking
Alex,
Penny
and he lied
particularly.
about it.
You see, he has gone because he doesn't want to answer that question. We saw that Osoro wanted, actually, he shot somebody in the ear.
Yes,
About
Alex.
15 people were shot. About 15 people were shot in Kisii because of Osoro. You know, it hurts me that in Kisii, these things are going on. And Osoro has goons in Kisii. So I wanted to tell Penny that don't support a regressive government.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Pen is in. Pen, I hope you heard what Alex has told you.
Yeah, yes, I did. And what is happening? Osoro is just a useless kid. Alex,
We
I
just
tried to
call
get
him
hold of
useless
him.
kid.
I tried to call him for something that I wanted, and he didn't want to talk to me. So I found him to be so childish, just because he didn't know who I was, that he didn't want to talk to me. But kusema kweli, all the people are suffering in Kenya, in general, Wakisi included.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fantastic, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Pen.
Thank you so much, guys. We have to bring it to a close, but we'll do this tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, same place, same time. Here in Kenya, utakuwa saa 4. Kwenye sijui itakuwa saa ngapi, but I see my good friend, tulikuwa shule pamoja. Now he resides in the US. Daktari Bruno, good to see you. Asante sana, Bruno. Opondi, thank you. Long time, my brother. Happy to see you. Good year, I see you. True TV, asanteni sana. Penya Gaka, Geoffrey Ruto, and many ambao participate kwa show. You guys are just but fantastic. This show comes again tomorrow, same time, same place. Keep it here. This is Africa 24. As usual, I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator, and this has been Africa 24. Please consider subscribing. Make this your channel, Make this your channel. Yes, I know uko kwa Mtembei, I know uko kwa Leo, I know uko kwa Kenya Digital, I know uko kwa Kenya News, but hey, imagine uko pia kwa Africa. All right, so subscribe to Africa 24. Let us make it your #1 home. Okay, thank you so much. Tomorrow we do another show. Sorry for yesterday, I had most of these panelists ready, but tulikuwa na mshiki kidogo na StreamYard na Facebook. But I think today iko sawa. Kuna kadalika moja tu, I'll deal with it. But thank you so much. Please consider subscribing, follow us, and let's keep the conversation going. I love you guys. See you tomorrow, same time. As usual, I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator. Bye-bye.
Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri. Tangu Kenya iwe huru. Mwaka wa 60 umefika. Tangu Kenya iwe huru. Haya sisi sote wananchi